Saludo a María Carolina Castillo, presidenta de ProBogotá Región, a Eduardo Pacheco, director de su junta directiva, así como a los invitados y asistentes a la conferencia ProBogotá 2021. Valoro este espacio en el que se propicia el diálogo y de diferentes frentes se aportan ideas para influir en el progreso de Bogotá Región. Felicito a la Fundación por su 7º aniversario y destaco el enfoque dado este año a la conferencia, relacionado con la necesidad de potenciar el uso de la tecnología para lograr una planeación y desarrollo sostenibles. Atravesamos momentos difíciles por la pandemia, pero siempre he invitado a los colombianos a verla como una oportunidad de progreso y no como una condena al estancamiento. La pandemia, precisamente, nos mostró la necesidad de las TIC en nuestras vidas. Agilizó la digitalización de muchos sectores y ha sido un punto de inflexión para planear mejor con una visión integral de desarrollo. Por eso, y conscientes de que lo que hagamos hoy repercutirá en el presente y futuro, hemos promovido las herramientas tecnológicas para construir equidad, emprendimiento y legalidad en Bogotá Región. Por ejemplo, estamos llevando Internet fijo a los hogares de estratos 1 y 2 a precios asequibles. Para Bogotá, se han aprobado más de 61.000 accesos subsidiados de Internet, con una inversión de 55.600 millones de pesos. Para incorporar las TIC en las prácticas de enseñanza y aprendizaje de nuestro sistema educativo, se entregaron en Bogotá 1.000 computadores beneficiando a 40 sedes educativas y en los próximos días entregaremos 4.000 más. Además, gracias al programa Fábricas de Productividad, que es un instrumento de extensionismo tecnológico, se les brindó asistencia técnica y acompañamiento especializado a 700 empresas de la capital que obtuvieron mejoras en su productividad de cerca del 35% en promedio. También, pensando en la seguridad de la ciudad, incrementamos la utilización de más de 3.870 cámaras y utilizamos equipos radiolocalizadores y otros con biometría integrada para planes preventivos y verificar antecedentes judiciales. Por otra parte, pensando en la competitividad, clave también para el desarrollo, me enorgullece resaltar proyectos como el del Regiotran de Occidente, que gracias a la firma del acta de inicio de la concesión en junio de 2021 ya está en preconstrucción. Estos son algunos hechos que dan fe de nuestro compromiso con el progreso de este territorio y que continuará intacto hasta el último día de nuestro gobierno. Les deseo éxitos en esta conferencia, de la que espero surjan opciones valiosas que le aporten al propósito de hacer de Bogotá Región una ciudad global. Muchísimas gracias.
Good morning and welcome to the annual conference of ProBogotá Región, Advanced Planning, Security and Competitiveness. During the morning session, we will develop an academic agenda with international and national experts in terms of sustainable urban development, intelligent cities, employment, productivity, and security. In the afternoon, as of 2:30, we will have a debate with the presidential candidates that we've organized together with University of La Sabana. A session of a complete day of the annual conference of ProBogotá 2021, which we can take advantage of successful experiences of other countries, national developments that are a benchmark for Colombia and the world, and pioneer speakers and innovators who will enrich the conference to improve the quality of life of people from Bogotá. We would like to thank the companies that have sponsored the annual conference of ProBogotá 2021. They are Banti, ETV, Compensar, Amarillo, Apiros, Motorola, Grasco, Fondo Nacional de Garantía, Grupo Energía de Bogotá, Enel, Da Vivienda, and 462. We also would like to invite you to the platform that we've developed for you, where you will find a commercial sample Please browse and approach every stand, and I'm sure it will be interesting for all of you. Likewise, you can activate the networking module on the top right of your screen, and this will allow you to have a virtual interaction among all participants. To begin, we will give the floor now to Maria Carolina Castillo, President of ProBogotá. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For us from Bogotá Region, it's an honor to welcome you to the annual conference of ProBogotá 2021. We will commemorate our 70th year focus on the sustainable development and inclusive development of Bogotá and its municipalities. The city occupied 2% of soil in the planet, and 55% of the world population live in those cities. They consume 75% of the energy consumption and produce 80% of carbon emissions. So innovating in urban planning to make cities that integrate environmental sustainability, quality of life, and the best human talent is the most significant challenge that we have to face vis-a-vis climate change. So to improve quality of life in the cities and the pending task of growing economically together with creating new jobs, I think it's the mission that compels us to really work hard, specifically in the case of Bogotá, from the specialty of its labor market that is mainly concentrated on services. To contribute with new ideas and statements, to have a multidisciplinary view of the different players faced by these challenges, we have prepared an agenda when we will have the opportunity to know about the newest trends that are being applied in cities around the world. Given the diversity of knowledge required to improve sustainability in cities, we define that we will have two core panelists. The first one is Mr. Anthony Townsend, who will present technology that will prevail in the life of cities and will guide policy decision-making for human talent. He will talk about the overfed infrastructure solutions based on nature, what he calls the dark plans, to talk about softwares of facial recognitions and those that are used in airports or where there's a large population, those that are responsible to control operationally the city. And he also states quite concerned they will be a black box. In addition, he adds on the potential on COVID-19, on the work and remote studies that we demand a new effort. He will also explain how the largest sports center is today for online sports and how technology is changing our interaction. Lastly, he will present the final forecast on how urban development will be industrialized. And the second panelist is Carl Lacaton. And Lacaton, he was awarded with the architecture Pritzker Prize, and it's the best recognition at world level, like a Nobel Prize, comparable to a Nobel Prize. And she is dedicated to architecture renewal, and they're acknowledged on their work, especially on cities. Their work in Lacaton Basel considers really the adequate housing for cities, and based on existing buildings and facilities, they will talk about housing as the most important topic in architecture, as well as one of the most critical ones, especially because in any place housing is one of the most significant challenges. And this discussion is not foreign to Bogotá, because the demand is growing and the cities have not been able to respond to this demand. Housing should promote well-being and not to be an exclusion factor. She states her comprehension or her understanding of housing as a sum of units of life, of people living within that context. She invites us to reflect on the quality of spaces, conditions, and freedom that it provides citizens to be appropriated and enjoyed. So housing should have free space by each family according to their needs and desires. So they should have extra space. She also explains the reuse of facilities or buildings or transformation, refurbishing, doing with what there exists, climate, economy, what we have. So because with a minimum amount of materials we can reinvent with what we already have at hand. Within the context of climate change, it's doing more with less. And an intelligent transformation can be done at a third of the cost of a new construction. However, to achieve that, she states that we need new incentives and new regulations as well as new business models. To supplement this view, we have 4 panels for social mobility and employment. Ricardo Hausmann will talk about his experience as a leader of the internationalization mission for Colombia. He will talk about the progress of the Colombian state and the challenges to narrow the income gap. He states that technology is an opportunity to create new jobs, to attract international investment. Thanks to his expert knowledge, we can qualify, we can innovate in the productive market. And he tells us that the most innovative countries in the world, they have great immigration. Silicon Valley, for example, 54% of the people are foreign, and only 18% are from California. He also states the instrumental role of entrepreneurs or in companies to attract people to work in Colombia. He will present the proposal that he has devised for Colombia for their internationalization plan. The second panel is not the re-encounter with the city. Will be first we will have the director of CAF. He will talk about how to build the cities with new ecosystem. Latin America is the most urbanized area around the plan to mitigate social inequality. The third panel, it's called Construction within the Technology Revolutionary Context. And this is the group integrated by Mr. Blackman and Mr. Tobon, especially in their experience in Latin America, and especially in Medellin. They will talk to us about the importance of technology to face insecurity. And the last panel is Disruptive Services for Bogotá Region 2051. We have invited Carlos Ratti. From the design perspective, he offers a new perspective and he urges us to make cities more sustainable, given the impact of the decisions that we make within the international context. He goes in depth on the decarbonization of Helsinki, which was able to achieve its goal before the term. They decided, and they imitate a tropical forest, and they also talk about capturing carbon in the bicycles in Copenhagen and other projects that he will show us. Bogotá has now 11 million people that decided to live in the capital city of Bogotá and their nearby municipalities. Will conduct its conference with a program that talks about the challenges that a few years ago would seem so far. But we are undergoing a change of time, but a time of change. So Bogotá Region fosters a dialogue to provide you with ideas to authorities, social groups, to invest, to adopt responsible and conscious decisions, the best decisions that connect people in the long term and in the short term, especially on public interest. Thank you, Mrs. Carolina Castillo, President of ProBogotá. And now we will give the word to Carlos Pacheco Cortés, President of the Board of Directors of Bogotá Region.
Buenos días.
Good morning. And welcome to the annual conference of ProBogotá. This is the 7th year of this annual conference. A warm welcome to all the members of ProBogotá, to officials who were with us, and the public at large who has decided to come together today, which has a great academic development in, and we will have the opportunity of seeing and watching a great debate among presidential candidates. And also I would like to greet the new president of ProBogotá, Carolina Castillo, who about 6 months ago began to work with us, and she has done an excellent job. Today is a sample of her wonderful job. We will continue working on the topics that we like on the second round for the mayor in land planning. We've been quite active in land planning of Bogotá. We have held meetings with different public officials, and this conference is the milestone of the year. We bring topics that are trendy, that could be of interest for you, and we hope we have a great discussion, a great conversation. So again, a warm welcome to this conference that we hold every year. And so Bogotá is on the move, and we are doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eduardo Pacheco, President of the Board of Directors of ProBogotá Región. We will now begin into the subject matter. We will be next with one of our presenters, our main presenters. This is Anthony Townsend, expert recognized in planning and urban development in the application of technology and the use of data for solving urban complex challenges. His task is connected to research around smart cities and the processes of optimization of ecosystems in urban environments through technology. Mr. Anthony Townsend is an urbanist resident in the Jacobs Cornell Tech Institute, and he's part of the founding team of the Urban Tech Hub from that university, located in Roosevelt Island in New York. He directs the applied research, and he teaches courses on smart city engineering. Townsend is an author of 2 books on the future of cities and technology: Ghost Road, Beyond the Driverless Car from 2020, and Smart Cities, Big Data, Civic Hackers, and the Quest for a New Utopia, 2013. His consultancy company, Star City Group, works around the world with the industry, government, philanthropy, and prospective studies on urban technology, public policies, and zoning planning. In his intervention, The Future of Urban Technology in the Next Few Years, he will share his perspectives on the future of cities and applications and discoveries of emerging technologies, as well as the dilemma on the future of employment, security, governance, and sustainability. Please go ahead, Mr. Anthony Townsend.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I want to speak to you about some work that I've been doing over the last year to try to map out and forecast the next decade, the next 10 years of developments in urban tech. And really, what we see coming over the next decade is an urban transformation driven by advances in technology. I'm going to share with you 6 of the headline forecasts from this study, and at the end I'll give you the web address so that you can go and explore for yourself the richness of this view of the future that we've created. The first forecast is something that I call supercharged infrastructure. If you're familiar with the debate around smart cities, you know that engineers and tech companies have been working for almost 15 years now to insert new digital components into buildings and infrastructure to make them smarter and perform better. But this hasn't yet been linked up at city scale. And so many of the efficiencies and improved services that we hope for haven't yet arrived. Nonetheless, we know more than ever about what people do in buildings. We can track the flow of energy, water, and waste in real time. We can map assets and risks, but we're not yet good at sharing and securing, governing, analyzing, and visualizing the data as we need to be. And we're still just getting started with robotics, which will allow us to turn that data into action. Those barriers will give way over the next decade. The convergence of physical and digital infrastructure will speed up. AI will play a catalytic role in allowing cities to orchestrate how buildings and infrastructure work at a large scale. And this is really what we think of when we say it's supercharged infrastructure. It's the built environment having the capabilities of AI that allow us to make better choices. It's really going to create new points of leverage for us to shape people's lives in ways that help them. Second forecast shifts gears a little bit. We call this wild and well. And this is really trying to describe what happens when this ability to survey the physical and social life of our cities gets carried over into understanding the natural world that's living inside our cities. The pandemic really reshaped our relationship with biology, which had been neglected for a long time. Urban tech is helping us understand, where the COVID-19 virus is, not just in patients, but we're also developing technologies to detect it in wastewater streams and in the air. And this allows us to understand the microbial life of cities in great detail and to intervene much more quickly than we could by testing people in clinics. City governments are also finding ways to wire up street trees, put instruments in parks and waterways, and to even calculate the value of what they call ecosystem services that are provided by these natural assets. And citizen scientists are also playing an important role as well, because they now have the ability to go out and put sensors to measure air quality or noise or other things that they're concerned about. The more that we understand about the nature of cities, the more confidence it will give us to let our guard down and potentially allow more of the natural world and more of a wild world back into our cities. And architects are already starting to experiment with farming and agriculture and green roofs and reintegrating vegetation into our cities and even animal life in ways that make us happier and make us healthier as well. The third forecast is something that I call resilient corridors. What you're looking at here is a massive building-sized 3D printer that is fabricating a small home out of a cement paste. And it's essentially a building-sized printer. And this is just one of many advances that I think are going to provide us a new toolkit, not just to mitigate climate change by reducing emissions, but to adapt to climate change. And that's really the heart of this forecast. We all know that urban resilience is important, but the word corridors doesn't refer to hallways inside a building. It refers to linear regions in cities. And what we anticipate here is that cities are going to have to make hard choices about where they spend the money that they use to prepare cities for the shocks of severe weather and climate change. And that urban tech will be a key tool to allowing them to leverage those investments, to get more for the money they spend, and to do all the things that we know are good to help cities reduce carbon emissions and make infrastructure and the economy more resilient. So investing in transit, I know Bogotá, you have built out this system of bus rapid transit, and that is a great example of resilient corridors, of using a smart way of providing high capacity, low carbon emission transit, spending less money than you might on a train or some other technology. And those are the kinds of solutions that many cities will be looking for. The fourth trend, and we're shifting now from the first three trends deal a lot with the physical environment of cities. The next three trends are going to look more at the software environment and the digital side, and the business environment and the regulatory environment of future cities. This forecasts dark plans. It sounds a little bit sinister, and that's on purpose. This is really our forecast to help capture what we think is important about the way software is spreading into cities. As you can see here, recognition technology is being deployed widely in public spaces throughout the world to do everything from count the number of people so that the facility managers can do a better job of operating, say, a rail station or an airport or a school, but also to identify individuals. And we see law enforcement and state intelligence services using that as a tool to thwart democracy and dissent and other kinds of debates and social movements that are really pushing against what I think many of us believe is the right way forward. And so, these are technologies that aren't visible to the public eye. Software is invisible. It's complicated. Much of it is controlled by the private sector. And many of the design decisions that shape the results that software produce are hidden in algorithms or other kinds of code that often is not subject to public scrutiny. And so this metaphor of dark plans is something that helps us understand, almost like dark matter, in when we talk about the universe. It's most of what makes up the universe, but we can't see it. And I think that's a good way to think about software in the future city. The important message here is that we're going to need to learn how to design that software and dictate design standards for that software in the same way that we do for buildings and roads and vehicles. Related to this is our fifth forecast, just something I call New Screen Deal. And this is a play on the New Deal, the big social legislation in the United States that President Roosevelt advanced in the 1930s. And what it's speaking to is this notion that many of the adaptations that we came up with during the pandemic, what I think of as remote everything, remote learning, remote healthcare, remote work, remote entertainment, remote shopping, many of those things are here to stay. There are many kinds of functions and services that work best face-to-face. Primary and secondary education, of course, is something that I think most people agree needs to happen in a classroom with a real-life teacher. And governments and communities everywhere have put a lot of energy into moving away from remote learning and back to face-to-face. But in the workplace, we're seeing a reluctance to return to offices in some sectors. And it's unclear how that's all going to sort out. What we're seeing in the United States and Western Europe is that probably a shift from about 1 in 10 work days being spent remotely to 1 in 5 or more. And that's already having a significant effect on downtowns. But when we look beyond work to healthcare, there are huge opportunities for telehealth. That's going to change the geography and the requirements for hospitals, for clinics, and for other kinds of services. And leisure, I think, is one of the most interesting. The fastest growing arena sport in the world right now is not football, which Americans we call soccer, or American football, or the NBA. It's esports. The largest demand now for stadium events is large groups of people coming together to watch other people play video games. That's a very interesting fact because this is an activity that began virtually in online game worlds and is now moving into physical space in the city. And so the point here is that the way we combine technology and the city to do the things that we need to and want to do is changing, and technology is going to change the social compact around that. What you're looking at here is a set of icons, a visual language that was developed by Sidewalk Labs for its project in Toronto, a smart city project which was canceled by the pandemic, but produced some really interesting products, including this visual language. And while it's not the easiest to understand, it was an attempt to provide a set of symbols and signs that would allow people to understand what kind of digital technology, what kinds of sensors, what kinds of surveillance was being conducted in public spaces. And so it would tell them, is your image being collected? Are your movements being collected? Is data being collected about the environment? And how is that data being handled? Is it being cloaked or de-identified so that you can't be singled out? Or is it being used to track your individual identity for whatever reason? And this, I think, is a great illustration of this idea of a new screen deal, that people are more aware of the capabilities of technology. They're also aware of the limits and risks. Right now, what's happening with Facebook is a perfect example of how big tech companies are being held accountable for the things that they enable people to do. And we're going to see that spill more and more into the physical world. And city governments and all the stakeholders who care about cities are going to have to get involved in making sure that we together come up with a new set of rules for how that works. Another area where this new screen deal is going to play out is around automation and the impacts of automation on employment. Depending on who you talk to today, there's a lot of anxiety about whether automation is going to destroy blue-collar jobs, working-class jobs, or white-collar jobs, the kinds of jobs that probably most of us do. It's unclear, which side is going to be more affected. But if it affects the people who are the most vulnerable, we're really going to have to come up with a new way of making sure that they have livelihoods and the basic needs are satisfied for housing, food, water, education, and healthcare. The final forecast is something that I call urban innovation industrializes. And if you look back at the history of the tech industry, it's always been this tension between corporations like IBM and Microsoft and Google and a real bottom-up, organic, distributed set of innovators. Most famously, who developed the core technologies underlying the internet, who advanced the idea of open source software instead of proprietary software. And that tension's been really healthy. But right now, and I wrote a whole book about this tension called Smart Cities, which was really trying to understand how big tech and civic hackers, as I call them, and government could work together. And we're starting to move towards taking on that problem at a global scale now. The big missing piece, however, is finding places in the world, urban environments, where we can create a test bed, a laboratory that doesn't treat the people that live there, like lab rats. It treats them with respect, it honors their rights, and it engages them in the design and the governance of the technology. And so if you look around the world in almost every city, you will find some project, some site, some redevelopment or new development that is trying to create an urban living laboratory. And what you're looking at here is one of the most ambitious in Berlin, on the site of the old Tegel Airport, which finally closed last year, what's called the Berlin Urban Tech Republic. And at the simplest level, this is a business park focused on urban technology and smart cities, but it's much more than that. It's meant to be a future community where people can live and experiment with the technologies, the lifestyles, but also the business models that aren't necessarily all going to be for-profit businesses the way that we have understood them. They may be social enterprises. They may be distributed organizations that connect using technology in ways that we don't yet understand. But the message of this forecast is that the market for this technology, the demand for using technology to improve public well-being is there. And tens of thousands of engineers and investors around the world are now gearing up to deliver it. And we're going to see more and more of these, and they're going to become more and more potent sources of innovation going forward. So I think what's clear from these 6 forecasts is that we're not really on a straight line to the future. There are a lot of open questions, or what I think of as dilemmas. Dilemmas are different than problems because they don't necessarily have clear solutions. They're challenges that need to be managed over a long period of time. And some of the dilemmas that are raised by these forecasts are things like, well, what infrastructure needs to be rebuilt? What is aging? What is underperforming? What are the most important systems that we need to supercharge with urban tech to prepare for the challenges ahead? Wild and well, that forecast raises the question of whether bioengineering and life sciences are the most important area of science and engineering for future cities. Those kinds of folks are not the people that show up at conferences I go to. They don't publish in our journals. Their startups don't tend to call themselves urban tech. But I think one of the things we saw in the last 18 months is that we really don't understand the biology in our cities, and we need to, and that the benefits of a closer integration between the built environment and the natural environment are enormous. How can technology deepen resilience? There's certainly a case to be made that technology is in some ways making our cities more fragile. If you've read anything in the last year or two about cybersecurity and the risks cities are facing, everything from malware attacks to ransomware, there are a lot of new vulnerabilities that technology introduced. I believe, and I think the evidence supports the case that technology is a powerful tool, but we need to prioritize it and up our game on security in order to secure that resilience. How do we regulate software in the urban realm? Most cities aren't prepared to do this. New York City just completed a year-long study tapping about a dozen AI experts to help identify the regulatory issues, not just for the future, but for the software that the city already owns and may not fully understand what it's doing and whether it's producing good decisions or biased decisions that may work against the city's policy goals. What rights do we need to put extra protection on in tech-powered cities? We gave the bans on facial recognition technology sweep across the world in the last year. At the same time, some countries are doubling down on this technology for security and public health. And so there's a balance there, and every society, every city is going to have to make its choices. But they need the governance capability to do that. And most cities can't even have that conversation yet. And how do cities get better at testing new technologies? People like to talk about public-private partnerships. That's the way that urban tech is made because this technology is new, it's global, it often requires a lot of research and development and ongoing support. And that's challenging for the public sector to do alone. But where does the citizenry come into the picture? These technologies operate in public. There are children involved, other vulnerable groups, and we need to make sure that they're fully aware and participating in that process, not just because it will protect them, but it will actually lead to better innovation. So this is a map of the possibilities of the future that we charted in this horizon scan, as I call it, this look at the next decade of urban technology. And I just want to talk a little bit about the method and the use of that information. A horizon scan is really just a foresight exercise that's aimed at looking at what they call the future cone. What's possible, what's plausible, what's depending on your appetite, which futures do you want to happen, which ones are preferable. And the way that we try to develop this is looking at what's already around us. William Gibson, famous science fiction author, once said, "The future is already here. It's just not very evenly distributed." And what he was referring to was the idea that people are already inventing the things or doing the things that will shape the future. These ideas and these innovations just haven't spread yet. And technology takes a long time to spread around the world. Just to give you some examples of what we call signals, these are the base, the raw material of this forecast. I was involved 20 years ago now in installing free public Wi-Fi in Bryant Park in Midtown Manhattan. And that idea has now spread all across the world. And it's almost hard to find a park that doesn't have free Wi-Fi. Free Wi-Fi is also in cafes and hotels and many other kinds of locations. More recently, we saw a signal in 2013 with the launch of Google Glass, the idea that you might want to wear a computer on your face. It seemed ridiculous at the time, and in fact, it was ridiculous, and it failed. But that idea is now back, and Facebook has launched its own version of this. And it's likely that some form of this technology will probably take off in the next few years. And then, as I mentioned previously, we saw the spread of wastewater biosensing in multiple places around the world simultaneously during the coronavirus pandemic. And to me, the idea of biosensing in cities is something that we're now tracking very closely, and we expect a decade from now will become as commonplace as traffic cameras or other kinds of sensors that we use. About 200 of them is we synthesize them together, and when we find 2 or 3 that are pointing in the same direction, we develop what we call a trend. So we were seeing a lot of signals around automation of delivery, particularly over the last mile from the local depot to the customer. And this we pulled together into a trend. And every trend in the forecast has a direction of change. So here it's from high cost for delivery to no cost. And the key innovation there was to try to get us to imagine, what if it doesn't cost anything to deliver anything in the city? How will that change the economy? How will that change the way people live? And then these trends we synthesized up into the 6 forecasts that I described to you earlier, which I think of really as the front page stories of the next decade. If you were to open Fortune magazine in 10 years or The Economist, these are the kinds of features that might be written to describe what had happened. So there's 6 forecasts. These are really the top level of summary. They're informed by this web of trends that describe the directions of change. And then the signals provide the evidence of things that are already happening that we think are going to shape that future. And so this is a long-term horizon. But the reason why I think it's important is that it's an early warning system. It's a radar for us to understand what might be coming ahead. They're not predictions. No one could have predicted the pandemic, when and where it would happen and what form it would take. But a lot of us did anticipate a global pandemic. And this was a similar forecast, a forecast of cities, information, and inclusion that we did in 2010 for the Rockefeller Foundation. And I recently went back in and tried to assess, how well did we do with our forecasts? And I zoomed in on a couple of the big stories from that project. And there really was, I think, a lot of signals of what was to come. This idea of anticipatory health, that because of new mobility technologies, social network analytics, the threat of pandemics, we would need to get better at predicting and proactively going out and doing things to stop, to improve people's health. And in many ways, those were the kinds of things that emerged in the wake of the pandemic. And then another forecast from that project, something we call local social commerce. And this was really looking at the success of micro enterprise and micro lending in the global south and trying to imagine how that would exploit all the network technologies of the information age. And this is also something that we have seen crop up, from the way that restaurants have adapted to shutdowns, to the kinds of mutual aid networks that we've seen pop up in many cities all around the world, both in the north and the south, to really create new economies at the local level using social media and mobile devices. So this is the horizon scan of the future of urban tech. And I just want to leave you with a few questions that you can answer yourself. First, what about the future of urban tech and cities is captivating you? Which of the trends that I've described are most important for the future of Bogotá? How will they impact the region? If the electric utility is able to mobilize investment in bringing the power grid into the 21st century in a supercharged way, who would benefit from that? Who might lose out from that? And how does that need to be planned around? Some of the other trends, like say the new Green Deal, where in your society do you see people agitating for change? And how can that be brought to the surface and turned into something that benefits the region across the board? And what needs to be done? Who's in a position to actually identify actions that can be taken, that need to be taken, and then mobilize the resources? Are there plans that need to be made? Many cities have developed comprehensive, what I call digital master plans or smart city plans. And those documents can be really useful in helping create a conversation around this and get everybody to consensus about what needs to be done. But I wish you good luck on your journey. If you'd like to look at the Horizon Scan, it's on the web at futureofurbantech.org. You can search through it, you can surf through it, and I encourage you to do so and teach yourself about the future of urban technology. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al señor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Now the turn is for one of our speakers, with which we opened our conference, ProBogotá 2021, Anne Lacaton. Anne Lacaton and her study, Lacaton and Basel, was awarded the Pritzker Prize, which is equivalent to sort of a Nobel in architecture, due to the work that she has produced with consistent contributions and instrumental for humanity and the construction environment. Lacaton and Basel are, one can state that they stress the principle of never demolish, and their vision of sustainability understood as a balance between economic and environmental and including social aspects. The work that they have decided it has been very successful in the urban renewal, recycling of buildings, and the construction of the city and citizens. Welcome, Anne Lacaton, and thank you for being with us in this 2021 conference of Bogotá Región.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be with you. My name is Anne Lacaton from the office Lacaton and Vassal in France, and I'm very pleased to be with you today. Today we especially talk about housing, which is a very important topic for us. Housing is the most beautiful challenge for contemporary architecture, yet it's also one of the most critical. Everywhere the need of housing is increasing, and most of the cities don't provide enough to fulfill the needs. However, housing should be the condition of the well-being, of quality of life, of good social relations, and not a factor of exclusion. Having a home is the most important thing for everyone. So this is why we say that housing is a basic unit that makes the city. The unit of measurement multiplied by 10, 100, 1,000, 1 million. This means that housing must not be considered only in terms of number, but as an addition of pieces, 1 plus 1 plus 1, of individual situations. And it means that we have to take the most careful attention to every dwelling and its inhabitants. It means that it requires to think to the quality of space, quality of living conditions, and what the inhabitants expect from their dwelling. It is a thought that starts from the inside, from the space, and from the use of each individual. For us, any thinking about the city starts from the home. Housing refers to the concept of inhabiting, beyond the functional, freedom, comfort, generosity of space, pleasure, and luxury for all. So this is the fundamental concept of architecture that applies for any space. Inhabiting means to give place to people and uses. Since we have started our practice, we are committed in project of housing and we have defined our goals. What are the qualities of housing that we want absolutely to achieve in all the projects? A space for living must be generous, comfortable, adaptable, flexible, luxurious, affordable. So this approach is based on two main principles: the generosity of space, offering freedom, pleasure, which we define a kind of luxury, and second, it's the economy, to make sure that all these qualities make affordable for everyone. So the basic qualities are also dwellings must offer freedoms of usage to generate possibilities for evolution, for interpretation, and for appropriation. All these pictures, they come from projects that we have built, housing project. Housing must offer as much extra space as program space to promote relationships within spaces, to bring about pleasurable situations. An extra space is a space not programmed, free for use. It's a space that we like to introduce in the housing because beside the more conventional rooms, it's a place for freedom, for appropriation. Finally, a dwelling should be more than the minimum function, extra space, additional facilities. It should be comparable to a house, to a villa. So in this case, you can see the comparison between the standard housing as the one which is described in the briefs for the housing construction. Dwellings with, on the left, dwelling of 2 bedrooms of 60 to 65 square meters. On the right, what a housing should include as additional private space, winter gardens, terraces, balconies, unprogrammed space. And the goal would be to do minimum 50% additional space compared to the habitable. This is a goal that we always have in mind when we start housing projects. So this extra space allows fluidity, mobility, freedom, appropriation. Again, on the left, the dwelling of 2 bedrooms, only one way to move inside, one corridor that distributes the rooms, while the extra space allows to extend the mobility. All rooms should have large doors opening to outside to facilitate the moving by inside or by outside as a house at the same level. So this system of mobility, freedom, is easy to realize with a system of construction as open structure, large span, free facade, compared to the way how most of the housing buildings are built with bearing walls, windows, sheer walls, no flexibility. The open structure allows this flexibility, only a few columns to support the floors. It creates adaptability, capacity of evolution. It's also very economical construction that allows to build larger for the same cost. So this construction system, the open structure, allows to make more with less. And finally, it facilitates the way how space deals with the climate, with energy saving, and also with uses. On the left, it's a way we normally a standard housing block is managed in terms of insulation, external insulation, which enclose even more the space into a limited wall partitions, while the open system allows to create temperate intermediate space. It's a system of passive energy saving that creates a kind of double envelope, and it's create also additional space for new uses. So this system works in different climates. If it's a cold climate, it's a double skin with envelope, which allows to create a buffer zone, which will be very efficient when the temperature outside is too cold in creating this intermediate space at different temperature. While in the summertime or in countries where the climate is more hot, this exterior space, intermediate space can be used as balcony or terrace, which brings shadow on the facade and prevent from the too much heating in the dwelling. So this system of extension of intermediate space works in all kinds of climates. So a few examples of new housing buildings that we have built. These examples are the most recent built. This one is a neighborhood of 59 collective housing in 3 blocks. And the goal in this project, we have to work on already made master plan which determine the position of the different blocks, but together with a client, with a social housing company, it was clear that we were in line on the fact of making something quite very, very different of the standard, increasing the standard, the dimension, in order to provide more flexibility, more appropriation. And this housing proposed for every dwelling quite twice more surface than the standard of the social housing in France. So all of them, they have extra space. They have large winter gardens of 4 meters plus balcony that recreates conditions of living in the city, which are much more pleasant, more easy than just a small dwelling in a collective housing, and that are conditions which are much closer of a house than the collective housing. So again, the construction system is very important to define. It's first the condition of making larger space, of having space with no constraints of walls inside. So starting from a system with a large span of 10 meters, it creates platforms for one flat, which is without any columns or walls inside. So the partitions can be organized inside. The facade are also independent of the structure, so it allows a great freedom and also this possibility of creating winter gardens with this double facade on the best orientation. So this system of construction is also very cost efficient, so it allows to build more for the same cost, because the cost for public social housing is very important because it comes from public subsidies, so the cost is determined and cannot be exceeded. So the proposal to build larger for the housing, because we think that it's much better for the everyday life, in the other hand, must be done in the same budget as the standard housing. So some pictures of this project built with also to see the appropriation of the inhabitants. Here you see the glass window of the living room, which is 10 meters large, without any walls, and it opens onto the winter garden of 4 meters, and the winter garden opens to a little garden because this apartment is on the ground, while the same apartment on the upper levels have additional balconies. So here, because it's a quite cold climate, the winter garden is much needed in the winter, but in summer all is widely open and it's create a large terrace. So this is a space of appropriation because it's free of program, it's free of conventional furniture. Here, another apartment on the top level under the roof, and what you can see here is that behind the glass window, this is a system of thermal curtains, which are absolutely necessary behind the glass window for the winter comfort because they keep the warm inside the heated part inside the apartment. And here you can see the connection with the winter garden, and this facade is isolated glass facade, while the winter garden is not isolated because it works because of the exchange of air between outside and inside. But the space is a buffer zone which temperates, which modulates the difference of temperature between inside and outside in both sense, when it's cold or when it's hot. When it's hot, it works with a large natural ventilation. In the same town and with the same client, this is the project that we have completed very recently, and it's housing for retired people, which are not too old, but it's people who are not working anymore, and we feel better to live in a little collective housing instead of living in their former house, which is too big for these people. So this is a very special program of apartments for individuals or for couples of people who are already retired. So it's on a plot where there were already trees that we decided to keep carefully because it was already an interesting environment with these trees, but also very good for the atmosphere. This housing has 2 levels, one ground floor and one first level. This is in the middle a community space which is made like a large greenhouse at the core of the circulations, where it's possible for the residents to come and to have meetings and to discuss with their neighbors. This is a circulation which allows to enter the dwellings, and all the dwellings have double orientation from the garden to the street. And this is the street side, but all of them, they have an additional winter garden plus a large terrace. Winter garden plus terrace represent the equivalent of the habitable surface. So for 60 square meters of the basic apartment, they have the use of 120 square meters. So here again, the principle of winter garden, which is this double facade with a large space in between, which is here just before the inhabitants arrive there. The terrace, the large terrace in front of the winter garden, and the first inhabitants who came there at the beginning of this summer. On the ground floor, the terrace is replaced by an outdoor space, but the principle of winter garden is still there. Another very different situation, this is collective housing in the city of Geneva in Switzerland, and this high building is built on the side of a new station which deserve the periphery of Geneva. And the program was to build there this high building of 19 levels, which is a mixed-use building. The ground floor, first floor, it's shops, retail, and activities. The next 5 levels, it's offices, and the 14 upper levels are for housing. So in this, we were much constrained by the shape of the plot, which is exactly the shape of the construction, because we try to use the maximum of the right of building to build the most important number of square meters. And this is one typical office level with the cores of elevators. 2 of them, they deserve, in the middle, they deserve the offices, and the 4 on the sides, they deserve only the housing from the 6th level on. So this is an open space with columns on the edge and the core, which makes the stability in the middle, and it can be divided in 4 smaller units. And the residential levels, they have a similar shape, but they are divided in 2 parts around the circulation blocks, in order to have always double orientations for every dwelling. So most of them, they have a corner, but in the middle, it's an opposite, it's a crossing orientation. And for this project, we have built all around winter garden with different widths, depending on the position in front of the living room or in front of bedrooms. And it's of course much more efficient than to have only one winter garden on one side. But Geneva is a city which is quite cold in the winter, so it was really helping to make to efficiently provide with the heating system, because the winter gardens, they offer naturally something like 8 degrees compared to outside. So the need of heating is much less important than if the facade is directly connected with the outside. And of course, in addition, the winter gardens, they offer an extra space which can be used from quite all along the year, but much better from the spring to the end of the fall. So, and this is the apartments, always with these winter gardens, and the floor, the ground, which is continuous to have this feeling that the size, the dimensions, the size of the surface of the apartment is changing according to the season, from the situation like here when everything is open to the situation of the winter when the facade, the interior facade, is closed because the apartment is heated and it's needed to keep the warm. So this glass windows from the ceiling to the ground, with no frames, that offers this freedom, this escape of the view all around to the mountains around, and the winter garden, which again are the spaces for appropriation, where finally the personality of the inhabitants can take place. So you see also again the systems of thermal curtains and shading curtains in the winter garden. So another topic also very important for us, but which is also connected with the quality of housing, it's about the transformation. Transformation is about make do with the existing, with people, with nature, with climate, with economy, with intelligence, with minimum material, in order to reuse, to transform, to invent or reinvent with what we already have in hands, to do more with less. So make do is relevant everywhere with the nature. Take care to trees, soils, flowers, animals, with everything already there. Make do with the existing as an opportunity. It's about taking the better use of the built situation for a more sustainable master planning. It's another way of making the city. Make do is also the reuse of abandoned buildings, to reuse them, to re-give life, to invent uses. So instead of demolishing, it's the fact of looking carefully what is possible to do. But make do, and I will much more develop this aspect, is also transforming the housing blocks, transform to reuse, to upgrade, to extend the life, to reinvent, to give more with less. This idea of transformation and make do is something very important. It's about using what we already have and make the better use of it. It's about considering the existing as a resource and a value. Make do means taking with you the values of the existing situation and its strengths, and not making against or denying them, in order to use them and make them the driving force of a new project. It means also extending existing situation with accuracy and precision. We can do a lot and we can do well with what we already have, and we have a lot. We can invent, we can be creative. But of course, this requires a new approach to in order to accurately observing from inside, as close as possible. So this means understanding, paying attention to the existing with a positive approach to reveal the values and exalt the qualities, and always to ask what we can do with it. And for us, it's important to have always this voluntary target of using 100% of what is already on the place, instead of systematically replace and redo. So today we can say that the existing situations are the new material for the project. And it's especially true for these modern housing blocks that we see everywhere, all around the cities. And we specially studied these modern large housing developments, which have been massively built in the suburbs of the cities all over the world in the 60s, 70s. At the time, they carried a vision of the future, more optimistic, and a modern way of living affordable to everyone. So these large housing developments today, 50 years later, they are most often rejected and more often considered as a problem more than an opportunity. And after the utopia of the 60s of a new way of life, at the time of the construction, has come the disenchantment until the critical situation that we know today here and there. So in France, we have also many of these blocks, and since 15, 20 years, it's an important subject in our country to see what to do with these housing blocks. But even if the situation appears critical and not very satisfying, we think that it's possible to find their values, and that there is still a potential of transformation that can be revealed and developed. So instead of it, in France, the government decided an important program of renovation in 2004, which was based on the demolition of a huge number of units. The program was about 200,000 units scheduled for demolition, and this very sad and very hard images of blocks which are still very solid, which has been demolished. So we studied carefully the situation, because for us it's it was a feeling that demolishing something which has so short life and not out of use was a mistake, and we compared the numbers. We made a lot of case study to arrive to this comparison of the waste and the cost of demolition and reconstruction of standard housing, which is a program, the national program, and the money spent for this demolition is per dwelling is 165,000 euros, while in the project of transformation, which means no demolition, which means extend life, giving more living space, creating non-standard housing, the cost for the transformation is more or less always around 55,000 euro per dwelling. So we have been very committed in this kind of project to try to develop the arguments, to try to make example, to show that the transformation was much better than demolition and reconstruction. And also through the demolition, through the transformation, because we have everywhere there are so many existing units that compared to it, the construction of the new housing don't represent so much. And it's clear that it's numbers which are given by different sources that in 20 years, most of the housing will be still existing housing, something like 80%. So it's important to see what we can do with this existing, how we can improve the quality, how we can upgrade all the qualities, and at the same time, it's also the opportunity to solve or to work in favor of a better quality of housing in the city, because we cannot have in one hand the new housing, which has high standards, a requirement of high standards of sustainability, of construction quality, while all this big amount of existing housing remain in old conditions. So after studying this case study, we arrived to this quite radical position to say that never demolish, never remove or replace, always add, transform and reuse with and for the inhabitants. And we worked on research together with a friend, Frédéric Druot, which was a friend at the school, but we always were in agreement, in line with this position of transformation, and we studied carefully the situation, and we published this book, which was named Plus. And this book is the report of different case study where we studied the transformation of some buildings compared to demolition and rebuild. But we studied very carefully in detail in many aspects, including the technical aspects, but also the cost in terms of economy. And among the big number of situation case studies that we analyzed, most of the time we found this kind of situation of many blocks built quite fast, because at the time they had to respond to a huge demand of new housing, but because it was made fast and through operations of a big number of units, the care to the quality of housing itself was not the most important topic. And most often we can see this kind of situation with very small windows, no quality, nothing, no outside space. And studying these places, we thought that instead of demolition, it was important to see what was missing that we could add 50 years later. And just opening the walls and creating balconies would be able to change radically the situation of these buildings, but while keeping the structures, keeping the most important part of the buildings, but also while allowing the families to stay on the place, because one of the results of our research and analysis, because we met a lot of inhabitants of these neighborhoods, we could observe and we could feel that most of the inhabitants there, even if they know that the situation is not the most perfect, they like their places because they put a lot in their housing. It's their good, and they don't appreciate the situation to have to move. So it's also in terms of social impact, the demolition is very hard, while the transformation can be made with the inhabitants. So, and this is an opportunity to transform, to open, to extend, to give more space, more light, more freedom of use. So just to illustrate, I will show you a project that we have completed and realized a few years ago in the city of Bordeaux, in the southeast of France, and it's a transformation of these 3 blocks, which represent 530 dwellings. These three blocks, they are part of this large new neighborhood of built from the 60s up to the end of the 70s. It's a city of 4,000 dwellings, very close to the city center. At the time of the construction, it was considered as out of the city and not very desired by the inhabitants of the city, but today it is totally integrated in the city, because there is compared to some other places which are far away from the city center, with no transport, with no facilities, with less equipment than in the city. Here, the cities, here in this case, it has been much better integrated because of the proximity of the city center. So it's a place now which is quite well to live. But the blocks, some of them, they remain in a very low, not low quality, but they need an upgrade. And these three blocks, which are concerned by the project, in fact, the municipality has decided some 10 years ago to tear down these blocks and to replace them by new constructions, much lower, to try to exit from this system of blocks and towers. But this is the director of this the social housing company, which is the owner of this part, but it's also subsidized by the city and by the metropolis. He was convinced that it was a mistake to demolish all this, because these blocks are quite in a good state, because they maintained it in a good state. They every month, it's quite an important income that through the rents. And he was thinking, and we were in agreement in that point, that it was a big waste to demolish and to rebuild, and that it would take something like 10 years in order to, because 530 dwellings, it's a lot, and you cannot relocate in a very short time all of these apartments. So he tried to convince, and he arrived to make it, the mayor of the city not to demolish and to make a project of transformation. So we were in touch with him for a long time, and we applied to the competition, and we won the competition, and we could make this project. As you can see in this picture, this neighborhood is very prominent in the city. Bordeaux is a stone city, quite low, and while this neighborhood has blocks of more than 15 levels. So much closer, this is the situation that we were facing, and it's clear that it's important to never stay just looking at these places from outside, from far away, because you don't staying outside, staying far away, you cannot understand the real situation. You see it as blocks. You see it as you can think, and many people think that it's ugly, that it should have not been built. And if you stay in this position, it's easy to understand why sometimes the demolition is decided. The most important is to go inside, to start the project by the visit of the inside, by the visit of almost all the apartments. And it's amazing that what we found in visiting these apartments, as many different interiors, decorations, as the number of dwellings, many collections. You cannot imagine how people are collecting everything. It's like little museums where people took a lot of care, while the situation outside seems to be degraded. Inside it was very well maintained. So it's clear that after the visit, the notion of block disappears, and what comes in front is the fact that you are working for 530 families to try to improve their conditions of life. So starting from inside is a strategy to work well on that way, to make a clear inventory of the values, of the qualities, but on the other hand also what is missing, what should be improved, what is not working well, and what should be made to change radically the situation and to place these blocks into a new cycle of life that could last many decades. So inside all these very beautiful situations where you see the care, the attention that people have for their interior. So it's a precious value that as architects we didn't feel the right to change that. So the strategy of the project came from this approach, comes this feeling, and so we proposed to make the transformation, to make extensions without removing any family, any inhabitant. So for that, the strategy was to avoid any important works inside the apartment, like for example opening walls, transforming typologies. But here the solution was to make larger extension, and the extension very often is the right solution to decompress, to give more space, more air to apartments which sometimes have some rooms a little too small, like sometimes some living rooms or some bedrooms. And instead of trying to expand from the inside in removing, in transforming the plan of the dwelling, making an extension finally gives this opportunity, this extra quality which allows to keep what is inside and to make this combination. And the second part of the works was to transform, to change inside, and to work on the bathrooms, toilets, to make a new electricity system and so on. But all of this that could be made without removing inhabitants. So all these situations that the people were really they wanted to keep it. So at the beginning they were a bit worried about the works, but we explained that all of it could stay and that we will take care of all of this. So the process applied to one dwelling is to imagine this, envisage this extension on one side, which in this case was the south facade, and then to transform all windows into doors, in order to create this mobility and this facility of using the winter garden, which becomes a new living room, which redistribute in parallel to the corridor all the rooms. And applied to a group of 3 apartments, which in fact the big blocks are organized in 5 units of apartments around a core. So it's a group of 3 apartments on 15 levels, and this extension is applied on one facade to all the apartments. So here we didn't propose to make it on both sides for 2 reasons. One of the first reason is because all the apartments have either a double orientation or one orientation on south. So we were sure that in making one big extension on one side, all the apartments will profit of it. And second, a second winter garden on north, which would have been probably very efficient in terms of energy, but was a little bit expensive for this project, which is social housing, and we had this we had as a goal to not to exceed too much 50,000 euros per apartment. So on this basis, we propose to the project to apply this system to all the apartments at all levels. And also we, at the moment of the construction, we also propose the methodology for the construction works to also to prove that this was possible to make this transformation without removing the inhabitants. It was just an issue of a rigorous method of works and how to manage with the planning of works. So first the extension, then the change of the windows, and then closing the winter gardens, while in the same time the interior works could be implemented, like new elevators, but also all bathrooms, electricity, and so on. And this produced a process of transformation, quite radical, starting from this situation, the process of extension by the outside, and the final result when everything has been finished. To show a little bit more how it was constructed. You see here the system of new foundations, because these extensions are not supported by the existing building, but they have their own system of foundations to be self-supported. And then these prefabricated modules of extension, which came and were applied in front of the facade in a very clean and fast way. Guided by two workers, and every day they could place like this around 7 modules. Then they prepared the level above, the columns arrive, and then the slabs, and so on. And when we have made a sufficient number of levels, then could start the process of changing windows. Until now, there was no connection with interior life, so there was not really a big disturbance of the inhabitants. But at the moment we started to open the windows, then that was the most crucial moment. But the commitment was that the replacement of, for one apartment, the replacement of the facade should not exceed 2 days. And during the 2 days, there was a protection inside. So the second day, this is the frame and the new glass window, and then the finishes of the winter garden. So in terms of energy, this winter garden is very efficient, as I explained before, in summertime, because it protects the glass facade from the sun, because it's widely open, it becomes a terrace. While in winter, as the sun is much smaller, it's create a buffer zone which keeps the warm for the night, and then the need of heating the dwelling is is much less. So, and view from outside the process of opening. So, the first thing is to make a protection inside the apartment so that life can continue. And then on the first day, they cut the handrails. And the day after, the frames and the glass windows arrive to close the apartment after the end of the second day. And then remains the finishes around the former windows, but this can made in a second time without disturbing too much the family. And then when the winter garden is finished, the glass windows can be opened, and the inhabitants can have the use of it and start the process of installation, furnishing, appropriation. So from this situation of just a window transform into a large door onto this winter garden. You can see again here the thermal curtains, and much further the solar curtains. This new facade, which allows to now all the rooms, the living room, the kitchen, to have the direct access to the winter garden, and the furnishing or the appropriation of the winter garden that is very different for every family. And it's amazing when you visit again the place to see how creative can be the inhabitants to use and to appropriate these spaces. So this is another way, more soft, with less material, less furniture, but also a very nice situation. So another case was here again, window transformed into door. The kitchen also, before it was a window, now it's a door, and the kitchen has direct access to the winter garden. And this space, which is fully usable a very long time over the year, and nearly only on the summer in the night. It's not very comfortable to be there, but all the rest of the time it's nearly the preferred space now of the inhabitants. And doing this work of improvement of the quality of housing, giving more space, more light, more view, produces the transformation of the building, which is as much radical as a new building. So this the little block that became this one. And we took also the opportunity of the flat roof to add another number of houses, quite big typologies, which were missing in the blocks. So it's like constructions, but like houses, which has all with the gardens, and but a fantastic place to live. Again, with a double orientation, and the facade of the blocks after the completion, which changes radically this neighborhood, and which is now a place which is really desired to live and to stay, and the inhabitants which have stayed there in fact could benefit of the new situation. And just a few numbers to see how this project of transformation are relevant and can be made in many cases, and what is the profit and the benefit of those situations. To remind, it's 3 blocks of 530 dwellings. We kept 100% of the existing situation. Inside, 20% only was subject of a heavy renovation, like the hallways, new elevators, bathrooms, electricity, while 80% of the surface was lightly renovated. We added the 53% of new surface, which is an average of 50 square meters per dwelling, including the winter gardens and the balconies, and also the cellars, which before were outdoor because not heated, now integrated in the dwelling. The primary energy consumption was divided by 3 just by this addition of winter gardens and the change of the glass doors. It's now a low energy building. The carbon footprint is half of the footprint of the situation of demolition and rebuild, which is also much more sustainable than the demolition and rebuild. And finally, 100% of the building has remained occupied during the construction works. It means no move of the inhabitants, and there was no increase of the rent charging for the inhabitants, and that was also a discussion between the association of the tenants and the owner. The owner considered that it was his role to upgrade the quality of buildings. So the apartments afterwards were at the same rent than before. The cost of this transformation was 52,000 euros per dwellings, while the estimation of the demolition and rebuild by the city was 160,000. So it means that 1/3 of the cost for this transformation, and 80% of the cost was funded by the social housing company, the owner itself, through a credit, and 20% of public subsidies has been given. So in all, it's these operations of transformation have a lot of benefits in many aspects. First, it provides with very good housing that remains very affordable. For the people, it's the social impact is much better because they can stay on their neighborhood. They can stay in the apartments if they feel like. It's much more sustainable. So it's in a way it's a very positive operations. And what is also interesting is to consider that in a city, places like this there are a big number of places like this where, if we study carefully on site a strategy of case by case, we can find all this situation to improve the quality of living, improve housing in a very affordable way. But it's a strategy of case by case, which in a way is a bit opposed to the strategy of big master planning. But today we are in the situation of necessity of taking care of what we have and making the best with what we have in favor of good quality of housing. Thank you very much.
Starting this point, our conference will be divided into 2 rooms so that all of the attendees can choose the topic that they are most interested in. And those who are interested in all of the panels, you can see them in our website, www.probogotá.org. In room number 1, we have Ricardo Hausmann, founder and director of World Lab from the University of Harvard. He led the mission of internationalization of Colombia, and today he will share the main findings of this mission and how a city such as Bogotá can empower its insertion in the international market with the design and implementation of public policy strategies to maximize the economic benefits and social benefits of trade for the entire population. I would like to salute Maria Alejandra Palacio, Director of Future of Employment and the Economic Development of ProBogotá Region. She's with Dr. Hausmann. Ricardo Hausman is a professor of Rafik Hariri and international politics in John F. Kennedy Government School in the University of Harvard. He also works in Growth Lab, who does research on economic growth, transformation, and social inclusion, helping countries, regions, and cities in the world in their development strategies. He's been Minister of Planning in Venezuela and Chief Economist in the IBD, where he founded the Research Department. Professor Hausman, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here sharing your perspective and experiences on the policies that can be implemented at a local level to promote economic sectors in particular that allow traction of investment and human talent. Please go ahead. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. It is an honor, a pleasure to be with you today and share a few thoughts based on my experience with the internalization mission. I had the honor of being appointed by President Duque with Marta Lucía Ramírez, and the Technical Secretariat of the Ministry of ICTs and the National Planning Office. Both ministers and directors, we had two throughout the mission, contributed to our task, and a Technical Secretariat directed by Gabriel Duque in the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Daniel Gomez Gaviria in the National Planning Department. They did a phenomenal job as experts and Colombian talent that is quite impressive in that secretariat. That would be Marco Ginás and Juan Sebastián Robledo. So I've learned a lot thanks to the task done by all this group. In the mission we had 9 professionals, including 3 more who came from the rest of the world. And Elisa Xenia from Berkeley, Richard Baldwin from the University of Geneva, and Carl Fong, who was at that point in the World Bank and is now in San Diego in the University of California. The dynamic duos, Marcela Slava, Marcela Melendez, Carlos Ignacio Gallego, Bruce McMaster, and Mauricio Reina. So this is a top-notch group, and I had the opportunity of looking into Colombia's challenges through them. One of the first things that impacted me about Colombia is the per capita income that has tripled in the last 60 years. This is much better than what we have in Venezuela, where I come from, because in Venezuela the per capita income is much under what we had in 1960. So the fact that it's tripled, it's a sign of a significant progress throughout 2 generations. And in these 60 years, we closed many gaps with countries that are developed. If we take the indicators I will mention, in terms of the U.S., which we took as a sign of where the technological border is, Colombia has closed gaps tremendously. The urbanization rate in Colombia, which was low in 1960, is now practically 97% as much as the U.S. The fertility rate, which was multiples of the U.S. rate, is practically the same. Now, the labor market participation is higher than in the U.S. The female share of the labor market is much higher than in the U.S. And the life expectancy in 90% of what there was in the U.S. And since these, also the school indicators and university education are above 60% that of the U.S. in university education, the gaps have closed dramatically. But the gap of income has not moved practically. Colombia is between 20-23% of the per capita income of the U.S. It was in 1960 and it was now. And we ask ourselves, so it means that Colombia has advanced at the pace of the U.S., but we'd expect that after closing all these gaps, we could have closed that income gap. The income gap was not closed. We even closed the investment gap. Today, Colombia invests at higher rates than those in the U.S. The only thing that can explain that non-closing of the income gap with that closing of all other gaps is by referring to an increase of the technological gap. And that increase of the technological gap has to make us think to see what we can do so that Colombia, which has done so much in so many areas, can also close the income gap. And that's when we started to think about several things. First of all, what is technology? How do we close technological gaps, and what can we do to close them? So the first thing we have to understand is that technology is productive knowledge at the end. It's knowledge we use to transform the world. Now, that knowledge takes three different shapes. Knowledge that's incorporated machinery, tools, materials, where knowledge for creating them is already there, embedded, but we use that to transform the world. It's also in coded knowledge, formulas, protocols, algorithms, routines. And that is coded knowledge, which can be written, it can be set on a piece of paper, it can be shared via the internet. And third, tacit knowledge, which is only in our brains, nowhere else. Let's say, for example, I can know that in a piece of paper it says that Christopher Columbus discovered America, but it doesn't say how he walked or how you walk in general. You have to learn it by yourself. So you learn how to walk because your brain trains itself through imitation, repetition, etc. So that tacit knowledge that we call know-how is part of what we use to implement technology throughout the world. The tools are easy to move in a container that can go around the world in less than a month. Documents can be moved via internet almost at the speed of light, and know-how moves very slowly. And it takes about 10,000 hours to become as an expert in something, and at that pace it's about 5 years. Know-how moves very slowly from brain to brain. And that's why the brain is so slow in accumulating knowledge that if we want a society to know more, we can't simply make people learn for a longer time, because when they know everything they need to know, they're going to be old and they're going to die. So what the society ends up doing is having different pieces of knowledge in different heads. And then we can make everything be more because the parts are different. So that's a very key point. The modern organizations that are more productive, the modern capitalist organizations, to call it in some way, exploits this division of knowledge. There's people who know about accounting, finance, marketing, production, procurement, human talent management, taxes, contracts. But it's not because a person knows about all of that, but because different people know about different things. And all of that knowledge can be used because people work as a team in an organization or in a company. It's quite obvious that a worker can't know that. A worker can't know that, cannot move through all of this knowledge. And then the modern forms of production that we call the formal sector tend to be larger organizations. They need that larger organization to divide knowledge and be able to move more knowledge in production. So a way of seeing the world is that each place, whether it be Bogotá, Colombia, Chia, each location is characterized by the knowledge it has, the machines that are easy to move, the codes they have access to, which could be many, but the know-how they have, the specific know-how they have of things that people know how to do in these communities. A way of seeing this is that these productive capabilities can be thought out as letters. And production is how to create words, and words are done by counting letters. So the places are known given their productive capabilities, their letters, and the letters determine which words can be done and how long they can be. The longer the word, let's say, more complex, then it's likely they have a more value. Now, the process of growth, inclusive growth, is based on achieving that there's more letters in one place, and that these letters are expressed in more diversity of words and in longer words. Now let's look at the channels through which this knowledge moves. And a very important channel to move knowledge to a specific point is that the brains move to that point. And this is an area that I personally have seen, inspired by different topics or addressed by Annalisa Sena, who studied this as well. We see that the mobility of people is key for the mobility of technology. So Silicon Valley is what it is because 54% of the technical workers in Silicon Valley were not born in the US, and the other 46% are not Californian, in spite of this being a state that has almost the entire population of Colombia. So only 18% are Californian. So this gives you an idea that technological development requires attracting talent from the world to implement things and do things. And in that sense, Colombia has tried to develop itself with a huge disadvantage, and it's that it's been a country with very little immigration. For the 2015 census, there was one, for each foreigner, there were 357 Colombian citizens. In the US, this is for each foreigner, there are 6 Americans, not 357. And Canada, it's like for each foreigner, there's like 4. So, trying to develop without attracting talent from abroad is very difficult. And that's why one of the ways in which we can expedite the process of technological absorption and diversification is opening to the world in terms of people. And a couple of the recommendations we had in the context of the internationalization mission is 2 reforms: empowering Colombian companies, first of all, with the capacity to decide who they want to hire from abroad to work for them. So if you need skills and talent that you can't find in Colombia, find it beyond Colombia. Bring it and ask the government to give you a resident visa, and the government will give it to you because the mechanism will be established. This is what the H-1B visa is in the US, and it's something that would help companies to be able to move more talent than when they can achieve locally without expecting 1 or 2 decades to improve the education system. So the foreigners that come will train Colombians, and that's how that knowledge will be disseminated quicker. The second proposal is to empower foreigners, highly skilled. We propose this with postgraduate degrees from renowned universities. And if they want to come to reside in Colombia, they can require or request a visa for residence. This is what they have in Canada, in Australia, where there is a certain system of scores. And if people meet certain requirements, they have the right to request a resident visa. This would help make Colombia become competitive in terms of attracting talent. And you might think, the issue we've had in Colombia isn't that we've been closed to immigration, which you have been. One of the things that, since you haven't had an important migration flow, is that you haven't realized that it's very difficult in professional matters for foreigners to work in Colombia. And that's why we proposed a change, an important change in the professional accreditation standards, so that the country is more open to attracting people with well-established careers in other countries. Now, in Colombia, many people have left. Those who have left are part of a diaspora that we've studied in this context of this mission. A study that I directed with Sanadel in a growth lab. We explored the census in many countries to know where Colombians are. We've explored Twitter, Facebook, and we had a survey to over 12,000 Colombians in over 60 countries to ask how they feel, which activities they're carrying out, which type of relationship they have with Colombia, which type of relationship would they like to have with Colombia. And in fact, we interviewed several entrepreneurs and professionals binational to ask their experience about their experience of being abroad and their relationship with Colombia as well. They can be transforming elements. These are people who know Colombia and know other locations. They've had experiences they haven't been able to have, they wouldn't have been able to experience in Colombia because they don't exist. So they can identify gaps, in particular technological gaps, and they can help close them. This can be even a business. So we proposed a strategy of an approach towards the Colombian diaspora. 5 million people with growing talent. The second generation of Colombians in the U.S. have school levels that are above the American average. It's an important number and source of connections, insertion, and dynamics where technology can flow. The second way in which technology flows is because organizations move or on contact to absorb technology. First, we have Colombian companies established in Colombia. These companies have the capacity of deciding what technologies they'll use from the world, what input will they use, and maybe even what things they want to sell the rest of the world. So at the level of each company, they have to think within the strategy what internationalization strategy they want to adopt in terms of technology, input, and markets. And that's why we proposed that Colombian companies take the challenge of having internationalization plans that are ambitious. The larger the company, then we think more ambitious. In large groups, and Colombia has several multi-Latin companies that are huge. These companies have financial capital and organizational capital and the reputation and the relational capital as well to think at large. And if they think they don't have the knowledge or capabilities, they also have a balance sheet to say they might be able to purchase or procure another company. If they procure this company within their organization, they'll have people who know about the business and they can help diversify. So this is a challenge for companies to think about these plans, and we ask the government to summon the companies to create their plans and to hear them, to know, based on the ideas that companies develop or who develop cluster organizations in the country, to know how they can help to promote and facilitate these initiatives. This is in terms of Colombian companies. Now, for small, medium-sized companies, we're very excited with this factory of productivity in Colombia, the idea of manufacturing extensions that we're trying, and that I believe several cluster initiatives have also been fostering. So I think that's where strengthening the capacity of the corporate sector for absorbing technology. We have also thought that it's important to attract foreign investment. In Colombia, there's been a lot of money measured in dollars, but very little foreign investment in terms of the capacity of organizing internal production.
While in Mexico, for example, 20% of the jobs are in multinational companies. 20%. In Colombia, only 2.5% work for foreign companies. That is an indicator that part of the internal productive mechanism goes through things that have been made outside Colombia and they're brought to be made in Colombia. We've been talking with ProColombia to see how we can accelerate this effort of attracting foreign investment to Colombia, and ProBogotá, Invest in Bogotá. There are other initiatives such as these that could be quite useful in attracting and paying attention to companies that maybe are not right now in Colombia but could be in Colombia, and also to identify the obstacles why they would not come and then try to solve that. So we might have those investments here in Colombia, and we need to work also to endeavor that companies that are in Colombia continue enthusiastic in terms of their investments. There is a very important aspect here in terms of opportunity to take advantage of the current context, which is the fact with the conflict with China, the value supply chains around the world are being restructured. So Colombia could become an important hub in terms of this value chain. The country has the institutional framework to do so. We propose that the standards or the regulations of special economic zones should be redesigned or devised anew, and to use Plan Vallejo so that any distortion that might exist does not affect the fact that these companies may play their own role in Colombia. Colombia already has free trade agreements that are significant, and it should make Colombia an attractive destination. But this hasn't happened in Colombia in Colombia, this ability is quite limited because if we talk about whether the three mountain ranges, because they're far away from the coast, because it's more expensive to take a container from Bogotá to Cartagena than to Cartagena from Rotterdam. But the truth is, we have the coast of Colombia, we have Barranquilla, and we haven't really seen growth in these value chains. So we believe that this is a challenge. So at local level, we may do this. We also studied what type of things can be sent by plane, because for all electronic devices, for medical products, most of them they're shipped through, by aircraft, and they're not really concerned about the three mountain ranges or the quality of the roads. So I do think that there's an important area for internationalization of Colombia through those alternatives. Another thing we learned was during COVID, we learned that what we did in the office, we can do it from home. But everything that we can do from home, we can do it from abroad. And we believe that that's going to lead to a redesign of value chains where there's so many tasks that will not be located, or other tasks that will continue to be done in countries and others internationally. We conducted a study to know exactly where those tasks are and how well Colombia is positioned to be able to commercialize those tasks. And we believe that that's going to lead to a new redesign of value chains. In part, it's going to happen due to individual works, and there are platforms in place for a person in Colombia to sell their services to somebody else through these platforms. One is called Upward. There's another one created by a Colombian that we interviewed, and his name is Alejandro Torrenegro. He's part of the diaspora, Colombian diaspora in Silicon Valley, and one, I think its platform is called Torre.info, where anybody around the world, they can sell their services through any other company around the world through that platform. And since he is Colombian, he has been involving a lot of Colombians into these platforms, Colombians that he's been able to contact. So that's one of the ways in which this is going to happen. But it will also happen in business companies that will take advantage that the cost of life, the cost of living in Colombia is a lot lower. And maybe if those jobs could be done in Colombia in a more competitive manner than in rich countries, then we believe that there's going to be an expansion setting. I recently spoke to the president of one of the large auditing companies around the world, and the subsidiary in Argentina has been growing by 50% annually, selling to other affiliate companies of that same group, doing the tasks from Argentina. And so we also believe that that could also lead to a significant growth of the entrepreneurial business facing abroad. Likewise, we believe that that technology, to be able to adopt technology, we need to adapt it. And the technological adaptation needs an ecosystem where companies identify opportunities and innovation ideas, and they spend money, and that money is spent in researchers, in innovators that are in universities, in research centers, and that's the ecosystem that we need to create. The government has done quite a lot of what's missing. There is an expansion of the university sector, even in terms of scientific publications. There are new laws in place that allow not to charge taxes to companies coming, but they even have monies from royalties. And that is in part because we need to transform universities so that the money that companies are willing to invest, it could become innovation. Universities right now are contracting people just to teach, and therefore maintaining the cost of universities. But this could be a very important source of income for university and research centers, who at the end of the day will be the ones that will use those resources and identify to be able to transform their organization in a manner that they can get out of this sort of tight spot in terms of this adaptation of technologies. These are some of the ideas that I would like to propose, inspired in everything that I learned from the mission, things that we can be done at local level to be able to make progress towards a shared development. Professor Hausman, thank you very much. Everything that you're talking is quite timely for a critical moment to drive economic development in the capital city and in the country. It was a pleasure to have you today.
¿Se han preguntado cómo algo tan pequeño puede cambiar la historia de la humanidad? Fácil. Esa chispa que produce ese momento de inteligencia poco tiene que ver con una simple casualidad. No es que todos los planetas se hayan alineado por un segundo y ¡eureka! Los equipos que trabajan incansablemente por los demás, esos sí son equipos. La tecnología al servicio de la gente y las emociones que nos conectan. Las empresas que van mucho más allá. Las que prestan un servicio y quieren hacerlo mejor que nunca. Los gobiernos con metas claras. Y por supuesto, las ciudades de nuestro país. Esta es la cultura inteligente. Hoy, después de 137 años, reinventándonos una y otra vez. Las herramientas digitales tienen resultados reales. Creamos nuestras propias nubes y en ellas la información más valiosa siempre está segura. Permitimos que todos recorran el camino del progreso y mientras lo hacen, los cuidamos día y noche. Y las conexiones, bueno, son tan fuertes que ni la propia naturaleza las puede parar. Abran las puertas a la interacción omnicanal, a la inteligencia artificial, al trabajo colaborativo, a la analítica y a la aceleración de trámites y procesos con automatización para construir ciudades inteligentes. Porque juntos seguiremos creando la Colombia en donde todos queremos vivir. Bienvenidos a la cultura inteligente, ETV.
We continue in the annual conference 2021 ProBogotá. So we would like to invite you to invite again our trade sample to take advantage of our networking in the platform. If you haven't done so yet, remember that in the top part of your screen, right side of your screen, you can activate it. At the same time, when you go into every stand in the business roundtable, you can make your personalized appointment. And to continue on jobs and employment, in room number 1, we have the panel, Inclusive Opportunities for Employment and Social Mobility. And in room number 2, we will have the panel, Encounter with the Cities. Both panels are made up by experts, by a great think tank, experts on these topics. Sustainable economic growth is determinant to increase the quality of life and reduce poverty. This is why we must have policies and measures implemented and from the private sector and the public sector are thought well beyond economic activation and also formalization of employment and finding sectors that could be social transformers. In the panel, Inclusive Transformation and Social Mobility, we will think whether it is feasible with local policies to implement and personalized focus, to take advantage and invest on local capacities to stimulate growth, economic growth, and how companies and businesses may play an active role under this scenario. I will leave you with Juan Diego Alvira, our journalist who will moderate this panel. Good morning, Juan Diego.
Hola a todos, muy buenos días.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Juan Diego Alvira, and for me it is an honor to be able to moderate this conversation, this segment, this space to talk about public policies for the cities, for our regions, in the midst of the challenges that we have faced, inclusive opportunities for employment and social mobility. That's the title of this panel. And the truth is, we have three important women, all of them outstanding, their specialties, of course. They are well knowledge. They've studied this topic, and we have some indicators that show that Bogotá, for example, has had some sort of reactivation, around 70% in the second quarter of 2021, which would mean some improvement, and apparently would mean that we are recovering with this economic growth of pre-pandemic. How important are local public policies, personalized, and those that enact these policies can focus on that in that sense. I'm going to introduce our three guests. Doctora Ana Fernanda Mayhuasca, President of the Competitive Sector. Doctora Mayhuasca, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this invitation. And congratulations to you. She's an economist from Los Andes University, an MBA from Colombia University. She was co-director of the central bank between 2013 and 2021. She has had different jobs in Colombian marketing, director of Colombian regulation, ad hoc regulator of the superintendents, and she worked for a long time at the central bank with regulation exchange rate. She's a member also of a series of board of directors, so she is an authority to talk about this topic. So thank you, Mayhuasca. Thank you. Maria Claudia Lacutir is also with us. She's the director of the Colombo American Chamber of Commerce. She's a professional in finance and international relations. It's a pleasure to greet you, and it's great to have you face to face with us today. Thank you. It is my pleasure, and a very warm welcome to Ana Fernanda, Laura, and to all others who are listening to us. And thank you to ProBogotá for giving us the opportunity to talk about this public policy and generation of employment in Bogotá. No, I was industry, tourism, and trade. And yes, I was the director of No. It's almost like being the chancellor. No, but it was trade, tourism, and industry. One of the most important ministries, and they're also key in the midst of all this economic growth and sustainable growth. She has a specialization in marketing, 22 years of experience in public administration, marketing, international promotion, tourism, strategic planning, and marketing analysis, structuring of projects, and corporate decision-making advisor. She is the director of the Colombo American Chamber of Commerce. We also have with us Laura Lozano. She is the Director of Employment of the Secretary of Economic Development in Bogotá. And she is here with us to talk to us about all the public policy that the entity manages to foster and create new jobs and also to align itself with the new challenges imposed by the world, the planet, the pandemic, which has also made evident some of our failures and our flaws, and has accelerated everything that we need to be able to face future challenges. Thank you, Laura, for being with us. Thank you. And I would like to also extend my welcome to Maria Claudia, as they direct this two important entities, which are so important for Bogotá. And thank you to ProBogotá for this invitation. So we will have a presentation of each of them. It's about 10 minutes each. And due to technical reasons, we will begin with Dr. Alacutir. What's your point of view vis-a-vis this local dynamics? Thank you, Juan Diego. Part of what I wanted to talk about within all this development process for Bogotá Región, where we can generate policies for the generation of employment. And one of the most important things is direct foreign investment. And I wanted to focus on those. The investment is not only an economic topic in each of the places where they are located, but it's also a matter to transfer knowledge, generation of jobs, transfer of technology. Also, it relates to innovation. It has a lot of connotations around investment that is vital within this public policy to include it as part of the discussion. At international level, we are seeing that direct investment because of the pandemic and the past 2 years, investment has decreased. We have had contributions of capital due to loans of companies. Direct foreign investment is quite concentrated in 5 companies at international level, which are 5,000 multinational companies. But most of the movements in terms of investment is done through these multinational companies. When we look at the sectors of direct foreign investment, in the past 2 years, there were significant changes to be able to know exactly what are the actions to bring that investment to Bogotá. The first thing, mining, coke refining, the automobile sector, they decreased significantly. The decrease was around 33% in most cases, while IT services, telecommunication services, as everything related to digital transformation, they grew by 22%. When we analyze about the sectors that attract this foreign investment, especially in Latin America, and there is this trend and this movement on new topics such as renewable energy, we see that there is an important change. We see that renewable energy was 26% last year, telecommunications 10%. And some industries that are intensive in technology achieved 5%. And we really didn't see that prior in terms of foreign investment. Another thing is the restructuring that has been done in the formal investments, where these are not investment to industry but to productive processes of those industries because of the number of operations, 25% of acquisitions and greenfield investments that are carried out especially in Latin America, they grew by 25%. So there are significant transformations to be considered in terms of attracting the investment. We need to consider these variables: renewable energy, digital transformation, telecommunications, and the entire technological infrastructure, which are part of this new investment. The United States is no longer the first investor in Latin America and the Caribbean. Last year, there was a growing participation of 37%, again becoming the most significant investment in Colombia as well. So important considerations that are impacting direct foreign investment in Colombia and trends that need to be considered for the decision-making process. Sustainability, SDGs are important and are part of the decision-making processes to attract them to in Bogotá, local value chains, regional. We need to reduce the distance, and we have a significant opportunity to achieve this from Colombia. Investment in the digital era, and this goes to with control of data control and investments. So companies will not only require that investments have a productive process with technological transformation, but also to have management and control of all those actions. We need political governance, adjustment of national policies, more economic and bilateral cooperation, and public policy. I think that part of the important activities of a company are all the actions that lead to the decision-making process, and part of them are the legal framework, legal stability. There isn't one-size-fits-all to attract investment. We don't only have to have one-size-fits-all. It really depends on the sector, depends on the productive industry. We are seeing that, for example, services, human resources part is a vital part of this investment. But if we talk about industry, it's going to have an important part in the decision-making, benefits, incentives, so that the economic investment has a positive result. But when we see the different factors of a direct foreign investment, they're almost always the same at international, national, and local. The legal framework, regulatory framework of the country, stability, digital structure, human resources, the justice system, education. So with all the foregoing, when we take into account these variables, we would also need to bet on or do the sacrifices that must be carried out. We need to bring investment where we have a competitive advantage, and we can have competitive advantages. And we did a survey on where we had that competitive advantage, where we found some advantages. In Bogotá Region, for example, we have the pharmaceutical garments, shoes, more automobile industry, promoting renewable energy such as battery, electrical cars, industry, food industry, outsourcing, software and digital innovation, logistics and e-commerce. So to summarize, to be able to generate that economic, to create new jobs, we need to diversify the productive structure to be able to transform the productive development model. Foreign direct investment channel to sectors that generate productivity, innovation, technology, jobs, and sustainability. A regulatory framework that drives new governance models and facilitate investment to well beyond protecting the investment. And the intensity and geographical distribution will depend upon the regulation plans that have been implemented. Therefore, those recovery plans that are being devised within Colombia, we need a flexible regulatory plan and incentive so as to put in place this digital transformation, renewable energy, and digital transformation for the region. We also need responsible investment to direct the investment. Those were the most important points that I wanted to put on the table to have this discussion, and thank you for considering me. Thank you for your presentation. It was less than 10 minutes. That's quite interesting because we will have more time so that after every presentation we may ask questions, discuss, debate, and enrich this conversation. You have 10 minutes or less. It would be wonderful. Thank you, Juan Diego. I believe that undebatable. Attracting foreign direct investment is vital, fundamental, not only for the development and the behavior that we may have in Bogotá region, but in general to make the country grow, to help the country to grow. In the private council of competitiveness, we do a cross-cutting session of how we talk about productivity. What capacity, productive capacity do we have in the country or in the region per unit of work? And productivity has been one of those frustrating, a structural headache in Colombia, to be able to be fair with our country, not only in Colombia. This is true also for other countries in the region. But it is quite frustrating, and it's a major concern because it hinders us. That inability to increase productivity hinders us from growing in such manner as to achieve or to using all the potential that we have, not only macroeconomic growth, but also absorption and to foster human capital. We're mindful of the population. In the case of Bogotá, 30% almost of the GDP, of Colombian GDP, is in Bogotá, and therefore we're talking about one of the large protagonists of the development of the country. But also, part of the challenges, we see the behavior of the population or the level of poverty. We find 40% in 2020 because of the pandemic. This extremes that attract. So something that we consider vital is that the city must work enabling everyone to bringing those local people or international people. What conditions that are enabling that we have in Bogotá based on the results of the competitiveness index for 2020 have that the Rosario University and the council, we submitted this index last month. We still have some indicators we need to improve. We have opportunities for improvement, and we think it is vital to work there to attract investment. Maria Claudia was talking about technological infrastructure that is required for the digital transformation. In that specific case, we believe that in general terms, Colombia has some good scores, Bogotá as well. But however, when we go to physical infrastructure, we still see that we could make progress in terms of broadband internet penetration, 44.9 over 10. But the city comes second place, and we feel that there's still a potential there. But most important, we see with respect to the education of the talent that we have in the city, there are a series of opportunities where we can grow. When we find ourselves in the TIC or ITC capabilities, when we see 4.75 and 5.75, but so we're in the middle from our score 0 to 10, we're sort of in 5, we're in the middle. And given the amounts of universities that we have and technological education, we should work on that and to narrow down that sort of those links between the academia and also the state and the businesses, because we can improve the living conditions of these people in Bogotá by doing so. Well, that infrastructure is not only technological. If we need physical infrastructure, one of the most Colombia is Bogotá is the capital, but there are two problems of infrastructure, physical infrastructure, its ability to connect with the rest of the country. And indicators are quite, the last mile is 50 kilometers per hour in Autopista Norte, and around 50,000 vehicles come into the city, according to the National Planning Department. So there, we see the capacity of our city to attract talent, but it also is dependent about how it can relate to the rest of the country and the rest of the world.
Another type of physical infrastructure in which the capital has to think about consequently is in developing its airport capabilities. Recent data from the delays on ground start to generate some concern, because one of the pieces of wealth that the city has is that in general terms we have more international airports in the country versus the rest of the world. But we have to take advantage of this wealth. It's not only in terms of Colombia, but in general terms as a point of connection between North America and South America. And as Maria Claudia mentioned just a second ago, we have to take advantage of this physical closeness that we have with such an important market like the North American one. It would be a waste in terms of cost and opportunity, and that's why the capability we have of maintaining efficient indicators in our air transportation is very important. Leaving aside the infrastructure, I'm going to a second element that is key for any type of investment in which we want to work. Maria Claudia mentioned legal security, but there's also other security that's also crucial. Physicals, the security of our citizens, and when we look into these indicators for dispute resolution, we see that there are positions that leave us a little bit concerned. We've occupied 21st position in terms of theft and extortion, 10th. I'm talking about the 32 capitals that are measured with the competitiveness in cities, and 7th position in homicide. So once again, these security conditions aren't only important. In fact, there's a virtuous cycle in terms of the quality of life of people also being better when we have formal employment, taking away people from the condition of vulnerability, creating better life conditions for life and for the inhabitants, for productivity, for any type of corporate sector that we are looking into, whether it be those that were recently mentioned or any others. The last point that we think the city should work on is sustainability, environmental sustainability. And this goes hand in hand with investment opportunities. When we look into sustainability indicators, we see that in particular for the missions we have a very low position in the list of the 32 capitals, and it is a focal point where we can also work. This is a huge, very broad perspective, Juan Diego, of how Bogotá is doing with certain competitiveness indicators. All of them are key so that we're able to generate that attraction of productive investment that allows creating formal employment, which at the end will make us find better mobility conditions and less vulnerability in a population that migrates obviously to the capital seeking better opportunities. Wonderful presentation, Dr. Mayhuasca. Dr. Lacuti said this: we have to attract investment not in any segment or economic area, but where we have the potential to maximize it. That was your premise, right, Dr. Lacuti? Dr. Mayhuasca has said that we need to be much more competitive, improve in our infrastructure, our roads, and we are 30% in Bogotá of the economic growth and our production. And now we have Dr. Laura Lozano, who is the Director of Employment and Training in the Secretariat of Economic Development of Bogotá. Doctor, after hearing these presentations, so accurate, descriptive of what is needed. What is the district doing, the office of the mayor? What are they doing to go towards that path? Thank you, Juan Diego. First of all, I would like to send an important message to everyone who's seeing us. And recovery is moving at a proper pace in Bogotá. In fact, even higher than what we expected and what many projections expected. That's a fact. And the city was improving in opportunities for more employment, more entrepreneurship opportunities. I said that in the second quarter of the year, the economy grew 17.3% in Bogotá, and this in the middle of a third peak of the pandemic, and also through the situation that we know for the city and at a national level related to protests and strikes. And in the same point, there's been a key reopening of commercial establishments. That's what pulled the dynamics of the capital after opening different sectors. Entertainment was the sector that grows the most with 83%, and the industry has also been a sector that highlights its growth. So that's the first measure that the Office of the Mayor of Bogotá took, is to pull these economic indicators and opening different sectors and foster the recovery of employment and jobs that were lost last year. We can also look into the manufacturing area. Growth is 43.5%. It's 11 percentile points above the growth of the sector throughout the country. So what we see here is in several sectors we've had significant growth. We have to highlight that the economy of the city came to the second quarter at the same levels that they had before the pandemic, which shows us an optimistic result. Although there's a huge challenge in several sectors, like, for example, employment, which hasn't been recovered at the same pace, and that doesn't only happen in Bogotá. We have to clarify this happens at a national level. There is a challenge, but also a challenge including certain segments of the population that have more issues to access and remain in the labor market. That's where we focus the attention here at the Office of the Mayor. And we can move to recover jobs, but there has to be special focus on these segments of the population that have more barriers. And which are these? There are several, but we are focusing especially on youths and women who were impacted given the pandemic situation, and they had issues versus the rest of the population, but their unemployment rate grew 18% in 2020. When we saw for women, it was almost 21%, and when we talked about youths, 28%. So for youths and for women, this unemployment rate was about 9 percentile points before than what we had in 2019. So there's a huge challenge in the inclusion of this population, and the Office of the Mayor of Bogotá, through the Economy Development Secretary, wants to foster this growth of the labor market for this segment of the population. I'd like to send this optimistic message because we have to acknowledge that where we see, although there's indicators that are a challenge as of today, there's levels of 91% of employment, which we had before the pandemic. So hopefully this growth continues and the indicators can improve as well. It's important to see that the investment that the local administration has been key in terms of generating these opportunities for work. We're talking about 5.9 trillion that the Office of the Mayor has invested to have 335,000 jobs and save or sustain over 82,000 micro, small, and medium-sized companies during the past 2 years. I'm mentioning this because I think it's a significant investment that was used to provide care for this situation of the emergency. There is an economic reactivation committee which is constantly monitoring that that investment is being used for what is so important for the city. For youth in particular, there's been 44,638 job posts through different programs for public jobs, local jobs through our public job pool, and another program that I'll mention that seeks to find an economic benefit in the payroll for those who wish to hire youths. My colleagues Ana Maria and Maria Claudia spoke about the significance of generating investment in public works. In this sector specifically, we've generated 209,000 job posts between direct and indirect with the investment, in addition to what I mentioned of 5.5 trillion pesos, where we're highlighting the progress in projects like the 68th Avenue, Ciudad de Cali, the preservation of the circular areas, and this has been subject of many conversations, but in this administration we've been able to set light for this. The new hospital San Juan de Dios, Usme, the potable water of Tibitoca, and this is not only for investment, this is also generating mobilization in training, inclusion of population sectors that are more popular. What has the Secretariat done in particular? And here I want to answer this element that I was mentioning at the beginning, and it's that there are certain segments, certain portions of the population that require certain attention and investment of resources, as well as an intention promoted to have inclusion. So there are different types of programs focused on closing human talent gaps, training in competencies, and I think Ana Maria mentioned this. Within what the Competitiveness Council has mentioned, they've shown us how there is a challenge in terms of a huge gap in human talent in these sectors related to IT. Just as particular industries, like everything that has to do with BPO, understanding these dynamics of the market, that there's vacancies, but we need to strengthen human talent and training of these populations, that we've designed several programs that tended to have the training of 50,000 people in the next 4-year period through the Economic Development Secretariat, emphasizing youth and women. Looking into IT skills, allowing to enter these industries, and there's a main barrier that we've identified, which was English. English is one of the elements or strongest skills that the IT sector seeks, that BPO industry seek, and this becomes a very huge barrier of entry for the population subject to attention from the Secretariat and the Office of the Mayor of Bogotá. That's why we have programs for training in English, certifying in B1 and B2. We have opened, we would like people to be included here, and we're going to continue in the next one. In the next slide, we would like to talk about innovation, and we have Emprender, which is doing funding in these business ideas specific, credit lines for small entrepreneurs, financial education programs, and with this what we seek is to have very important goals that we've set, and goals that are much larger versus what past administrations had, but it really depends on the situation we're living with. These strategies that I'm mentioning that started since the administration began and will continue in the next 2 years of government, we have had over 43,000 people connected to job opportunities only through the Secretary of Economic Development, and this through different investments and strategies, but only in economic development, 43,000 people connected to labor opportunities, around 20,000 connected to job posts through our public job post agency, and over 13,000 people trained in digital skills, bilingualism, and all of these connected pieces of knowledge that help in this sector of information. And we've had over 10,000 startups that have been strengthened through our program. And so the figures show by themselves a huge effort that without a doubt we have to continue working on, and this implies the articulation of different stakeholders. It's not only for the local administration. It's of private entities, foundations that are willing to work in an articulate way to have more recovery for the city. Okay, thank you, Laura. There's two things that are key at this point, and they define the direction of Bogotá and its region. and they're based on the organic law of Bogotá, the region, visualizing the future not only of the capital but of the entire productive environment and everything they're contributing for economic growth that's sustainable. And the other point is the zoning plan that is studied in the Council of Bogotá, that is being debated and evaluated, and it designs a roadmap for the capital for the next 12 or 15 years. What do we need to articulate in terms of the organic law and the zoning plan so it is viable and possible? Because experience has taught us that in previous zoning plans, it's very little what has actually been done versus what was planned. So I'd like Dr. Lacotir to begin to answer. We can't hear you. Okay. This is one of the critical points for the development, not only in economic matters and sustainable development, which is the important point so that we move forward in Bogotá and the region and other cities. And this happens through the land planning. And this is mandatory. First of all, this plan has to be in agreement, or part of the exercise is how to involve the actions and the need of economic development for the city, meaning those who are the foundation of that development, mentioning private companies who generate that constant growth. This is a first point that I believe is very important and should be very much involved in the process for these public policies. And the second point within this plan is zoning, and this is how we generate zoning in a planned way with actions that allow the development in general. And I think there is an important point, and it's to make the actions that we're doing, and in fact how we're expecting them in the Council of Bogotá. This includes topics that at the end will be an obstruction. This order that we are working on and allowing this economic development has to be coordinated with the needs, as I mentioned before, of that foundation that needs not only clear standards but stability in these standards, not a constant change that doesn't allow for them to move forward. Dr. Lacotir, let's be honest before handing the floor to Dr. Mayahuasca. I'm going to speak as a journalist and a citizen. I have been living and suffering this city, and more than the city itself, its mayors and administrations. Each one comes with a new concept of a city, wanting to put their city model in practice, and those who end up paying are the citizens. Because when there isn't continuity, the measures end up leading us to disorganization, lack of planning, and stop thinking individually and more collectively. Dr. Mayahuasca, does that perspective make sense or not? I think we're good with your intervention. You're the expert. To be fair, public administration is a very frustrating exercise. And here, I think the three of us can share all sorts of stories. All public authorities and all its environments don't wake up and seeing how we do so that things don't work. But what is true is that somehow, I believe that in all of the urban planning environments and regulation and vision of a city and other multiple matters of public institutionality, we should go back to the idea that they taught us at home, and is that what's best is an enemy of what is good. I would love to start from scratch in many things, but this creates an inability of planning in the long term, which is key for productive activities. This city needs access roads because its relationship with the entire region is more symbiotic day by day. We have citizens that decided to live in the peripheral areas, but they have to go to their workplaces. We're not talking about them living in a farm. And we're finding companies that are in the peripheral area, but they have their workers embedded in the urban area. And of course, the virtual reality has given us huge progress, but in any case, we need somehow to agree and work continuously. In fact, even if there's issues. And I think that should be an agreement where we would all agree, and those who have to be at the core, or what has to be at the core, is the well-being of citizens. True flesh and blood citizens, because sometimes we think like we're working with a mythic citizen, and we're looking for so much perfection, which at the end institutions aren't capable of responding, and then they leave things in a more precarious situation than what they started with. So we evidently have to reach an agreement, and that agreement cannot be coming and going versus what works, because things change, fashion changes, and the most basic needs don't even change. And these basic needs go through the conditions of well-being, which I assume, as Juan Diego was talking about, and that need for stability that Maria Claudia mentioned, because at the end of the day, everything is an effort that Laura mentioned, where we see a huge amount of work invested, and that large amount of work invested, if we look into the amount of the investment but not the well-being of our citizens, then frustration will not be solved. And that is a trap that I perfectly understand public administrations are debating within, and we have to go somehow by supporting everyone, the society, the academy, institutions such as the chamber and ProBogotá, the council, so that we have the short-term sacrifices of things that we would love to have differently, because we have to reach certain long-term directions which are mandatory, where Bogotá and the country don't have much more time to lose because of the impact in the population of the pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Lozano.
Doctora Lozano.
In this zoning plan, we talk about the concept of 30-minute city. I had the possibility of interviewing Carlos Morena, advisor of the mayoress of Paris, where I heard about that development. They're trying to design a city that's a 15-minute city. Here we were a little bit less ambitious, and we said 30 minutes. Explain, please, what is the concept of a 30-minute city? Very summarized, because it's over 500 pages in our zoning plan, but specifically, what is that concept about, and how do we apply what we're talking about? Juan Diego, just to be more accurate, we were more pessimistic from 15 to 30. We were more realistic because, yes, that's true. That's in terms of the current situation of the city, the challenges that we have in terms of mobility, the service offering that has to be strengthened to have that capability in each of the areas, to have a city with all of the access regardless of where the citizens are. And that's what the 30-minute city is about. And it's about having an articulation, as my colleague said, in the private sector, of every sector and public entities, be able to incentivize productive parts of the city and work under a mission where all of the inhabitants of Bogotá can find all the same services regardless of where we are. That's the logic, in simple words, of that 30-minute city. Strengthening the offering, the transportation roads, the capabilities within neighborhoods, and localities so that we have access to these services in 30 minutes. And for that, I mentioned the investment in infrastructure and all the agreements that we're generating in this debate of the plan, and it's having this consolidated vision. The discussion about the plan is led by planning, and in the economic development department we have the role of facilitating communication channels. We've received all the comments from all the guilds and stakeholders in the productive sector. We've been incentivizing discussions and fostering agreement spaces since we're close to entrepreneurs. And here the idea, as I mentioned, is to strengthen productive hearts in the city and have a joint city vision. What my colleagues mentioned is key. At the end of the story, we have to have that vision, and that vision should respond not only to the need of public stakeholders, but of all of the sectors and individuals in particular. Recent figures that Dani has mentioned and other economic entities, you manage them better than I do, say that about 60% of the labor is informal in Colombia. 6 out of 10 workers are informal. And that's something that is transversal for talking when we're talking about this, generating investment for creating more jobs, be more competitive to generate better salaries and pay people better so that they have more money in their pockets, and at the same time generate a reduction in the concerning unemployment indicators. How can we reach these objectives, Dr. Lacuti? How can we can have good jobs? I think part of the exercise which is overstudied and analyzed is, on the one hand, all of the public policies that are established at a national and regional level should generate an incentive for formalization. An incentive cannot be a punishment. It has to be both positive and negative points, but there has to be many positive points so that people see the benefit of participating in a formal process within the development conditions for a country. And at that point, there's needs and responsibilities at a national level and at a regional level, of course, each one with their own competencies. Companies have an important role in this process. Colombia is an entrepreneurial country. We have many different startups, and we have to strengthen them to create formalization. And then there's a corporate ecosystem that's important, not only for helping throughout public policies, but also from the corporate side, so that entrepreneurs have an ecosystem that allows that the startups have ways of generating development within the region and also generate jobs. And an important part is what each one does, and it's training. This has to go hand in hand with public policies. And I think one of the main frustrations I've had in my public life was generating human resources that's trained and suitable for the industries where we have a revealed competitive advantage. Because even though we want to make all of the industries participate, that's impossible because we don't have the resources. And we won't be good in everything. We have to make sacrifices and gamble. And within these gambles, we have to generate human resources that are trained and suitable so that they're part of that generation of jobs. We find at the national level and in Bogotá as well, the mechanisms where there are vacancies. We have a program that will be launching soon. I can't mention it now, but we're recording. Yes, that's why I'm being cautious. We have 16,000 vacancies profiled and detected. So companies have told us what type of employees they need. And looking into the needs of companies, which is all sort of company, not only companies that need technical training or human resources that are basic training, they have different levels of needs. And we haven't been able to have a match from the perspective of youth to cover these vacancies. So there's a need that goes from the perspective of universities, public education, private companies, public policies, everyone united to generate that suitable training, suitable for the needs of the industry and not the other way around, to be able to generate an opportunity for these youths. Bilingualism, as Laura mentioned, is one of the huge limitations that we have at the national level and in the region of Bogotá. It's incredible that we can't find bilingual youths to enter the different job posts that are available. So in summary, you can have incentives and work that is of a public policy with a lot of carrots, not so much punishment, so that people see the benefit of being trained. Formalizing and working hand in hand with entrepreneurs, generating action so that these entrepreneurs not only generate jobs but also have a process within an ecosystem to increase this and have success. A third point is we lost your connection in the last idea. The second point is entrepreneurship. We have to continue to incentivize entrepreneurs so that they continue to generate their startups and that they have an ecosystem that helps them in this ecosystem, and the private sector, the public sector, and each of the offices of the mayors at a national level have an impact there. And third is what we talked about, achieving pertinent training. And there we have all of the different educational systems in the country and public policies, as well as private companies, etc., so that Colombia can move forward in that human talent trained for the new evolution that the country needs, being up to date in a competitive and productive way with the needs that are required at a national and international level.
Doctora Mayhuasca, ¿cómo analiza usted el tema de la informalidad?
Doctora Mayhuasca, how would you analyze the topic of informality and the idea of generating employment, good quality employment? The truth is, Juan Diego, I think that everything has been said. I mean, this is one of these scenarios where we fall again into frustration. We have a regulatory framework. The layers of regulations in terms of different scenarios of the state are so many, but where we've been able to protect worker in such a way that we protect them from employment. That is wonderful. A job does not exist. So this is one of those issues where I don't like the terminology of the stick, carrots and sticks, but I think we need to have some sort of cleaning, and the institutionality in Colombia, we need to find the social supports required so those reforms may fit. And, well, not only for all of those who have a job today, but for those who do not have a job. Many of them who recover their occupation, which is what we've seen in around the radar, but they are doing it in an informal manner. And I move away a little bit here from the ideas of Maria Claudia, because I am quite concerned that it's sort of, we use the word entrepreneur and we are sort of romantic. But when I see the indicators of entrepreneurship in Colombia, they're so high. But it's like we have, poor quality employment. It was a type of entrepreneurship trying to survive. And that entrepreneurship is not productive. It's vulnerable. And it could have generated maybe a safeguard or, a life-saving device. But it doesn't take away from them that sort of anguish of not being able to breathe because they're going to sink again. I know that Maria Claudia wasn't referring to that, but in a way, within that umbrella of entrepreneurship, we include so many things. So I do think that we need to make a common effort to understand that if we don't make that regulation more flexible in terms of jobs, we will not be able to provide jobs for greater number of people. Formal employment that allow people that they can fall ill, that they can have a day without going to job, without their subsistence, depending on their being able job. So we need to move away from this perfect idea of perfect employment that we can find, that we can generate as a society. So we have to lower those barriers to formality. That's urgent, that's important, where we all should agree and we should have a common front. In a way that we need to continue, seeing how beautiful things we have. I want the perfect employment for all, but with the amount of people that I have with no employment, specifically in Bogotá, we need to lower those formality barriers. And I like to emphasize in this because I think in the rest of things we need to find more pertinence in training. So for those things that the productive sector requires, we need to generate more links with higher education. They have to communicate better with those children that are coming to know where they know what to focus their efforts. Because sometimes they make so many efforts for a specific career because that's what we had in mind. And then they find that they're not going to find a job. They can't be productive in this way. So I think in these two issues, I will focus in these two issues. But I do feel, this should be a social priority objective to be able to improve the quality of life and the conditions of all these people. It would be quite unfair to cut because we don't have enough time. But it would be unfair with Doctora Lozano. I know she's wanting to speak. So just 1 minute. Please be brief and very concrete so we can meet the schedule and continue with the afternoon conversations. I think the other panelists, I think we are aligned in terms of the panelists, the roadmap, how to close those barriers in terms of education, and that are aligned with the productive sector in generating assistance to these young people for real opportunities. But sometimes they study something or there is not enough information of how the labor work functions. I think the mayor is responding in terms of training, where the demand is coming from in terms of entrepreneurship. I agree. We have diverse programs, some to really this sort of new startups. Yes, that subsistence was important at the beginning to maintain some homes that were affected by the pandemic. But there are some entrepreneurships that are more consolidated, that have been able to access financing that are sustainable. That's not an entrepreneurship that fails immediately. They have a solid foundation, they have access to loans, strengthen their financial capabilities, etc. But employment, I think it's the most important. In employment, one of the strategies that we sought to incentivize formal employment, because we know we can go into flexibilization. It's not our competency as a mayor. It's employment for the young. That's 50,000 young people beginning this year with 15,000, where we will have every company that hires a young person from the 30th of June. They can access this program, and the requirement is it's a young person from 18 to 28 that the company has its businesses in Bogotá, that employment, and we provide 55% of the cost of a minimum salary for 3 months. We're talking at about 2.4 million per young hired by a company. And there isn't a limit. We've done some campaigns to summon any company can apply in bogotatrabaja.com.co, and it's to provide a subsidy to the company for 3 months. And this doesn't exclude the benefit to if the company in Bogotá complies with our requirements. And on top of that, they comply with the requirement to the payroll from the national government. We're talking about an 80% subsidy to the payroll. This is a measure directed to promoting the employment for young people. And that's the message I wanted to convey.
Sí, perdón. Faltaba yo.
Sorry.
Faltaba que me quedara mudo y que no fuera capaz de cerrar la charla. De verdad,
I need it.
muchísimas gracias.
Well, for all three of you, thank you very much. This has been an enriching conversation. 3 brilliant, intelligent women. It's been a pleasure to listen to you, because what you're saying will be part of what should be defined in terms of for Bogotá. I would have loved to listen to you talk about the internationalization of Bogotá in the world, which was something addressed by Dr. Hausman, who was the director of the internationalization, and he was talking about the need for companies in Colombia to hire people from abroad. And it sounds a little bit strange, and then, when we have so much need, and a lot of people, how are you going to hire a foreigner? In Colombia, we have enough people, we have enough brains and qualified human talent. But it's obviously a topic that maybe we can address in some another occasion. Thank you again to all of you. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Un abrazo. Gracias por estar.
Reiniciar los planes pospuestos.
Potenciar al máximo mis talentos.
Abrazar a la familia.
Empezar de cero.
Crear nuevas conexiones.
Generar empleo.
Vivir nuevas experiencias.
Cuidar mi salud y la de los demás.
Disfrutar la vida al máximo.
Al igual que tú, nosotros tampoco paramos de soñar. Por eso trabajamos todos los días para seguir construyendo juntos un mejor futuro, lleno de esperanza y bienestar integral para todos. Compensar. Lo mejor de lo que hacemos es para quien lo hacemos.
Continuamos en la
Let us continue with the annual conference of ProBogotá 2021, addressing in depth security, intelligent cities, and sustainability. To begin this panel, we have 2 guests who are experts on security issues, Christopher Blattman and Santiago Tobón. With them, we've decided to analyze the security of cities in Latin America and the Caribbean, and to analyze trends and to identify challenges that the cities will face to build trust and safety and security. So I will give the floor to César Restrepo of ProBogotá Región. The floor is yours, César. Good morning. Mr. Blattman and Mr. Tobón have come together today to share their analysis on crime and violence in the city of Medellin, and they have made this city a lab to analyze security, urban security, in addition to their knowledge and experience on the research of violence and crime structures. Dr. Blattman and Tobón are of paramount importance to generate evidence to address challenges of security in the cities. Mr. Blattman is a political scientist and specialist in crime. He has worked in Latin America and Sub-Saharan region of Africa. He studied at the University of Chicago, and he's part of the Pearson Institute. He's an associate of the International Bureau of Research. Mr. Tobón, he's in the AFIT University. He works there. At the same time, he's a researcher of the initiative Innovation for Poverty Action, an academic member of Evidence and of Governance and Policies. He was awarded this year the award Juan Luis Londoño on his research about crime. Thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for having us. What I want to talk about today with Santiago is some of the limitations on technology and traditional policing in a situation with organized crime. And just to give you a sense, I want you to picture that you're a financial regulator and you get this new job and you're asked to regulate this industry. And when you take the job, you're told, well, we don't understand how many firms there are. We don't know who the organizations are or what they sell, or we know a little bit about who works for them. We don't really know how they get paid. And you're expected to somehow manage this sector and make good things happen. And at most, you might have just one or two indicators out of the many kinds of financial indicators you might need. And this is essentially the situation facing any mayor or secretary of security or police chief whose job it is to try to manage a city with this criminal sector. So not a financial sector, but a set of criminal firms regulated in such a way to try to shrink them and make them less harmful to the world. And so it's really quite difficult. Santiago and I, for example, have worked across Colombia, but a lot of our recent work on this has been in Medellin. And we want to tell you a little bit about that because I think it's an interesting case study and their lessons for other cities in the country and other cities around the world. For a long time in Medellin, there was a huge focus, like many cities, on policing tactics. It might be hotspots policing. It might be bringing new technology to street patrols. It involved the installation of streetlights and security cameras. And like most cities, the government was really focused on homicides and property crime. And really, this is data they had. This is essentially their management tool, and this is how they would evaluate their progress month to month and year to year, is looking at ups and downs in the homicide rate and ups and downs in the rates of serious property crime. But it wasn't really clear they were making progress. Now, Medellin was a bit different. Every city in Colombia has a different system of organized crime. Medellin's is one of the most developed and as we'll see, one of the most hierarchical. On the left, are a bunch of capos, of senior criminal leaders. These are the leaders and senior officials in a group of about what people knew to be at least a dozen or so major criminal organizations, mafia-like organizations that some called Bacrim, and they also often called themselves razones. And on the right, you see a picture of a street gang, a combo. And the city also was aware that there were hundreds of these street gangs, in addition to this higher level shadowy group of razones on the left. And the thing is, in a situation like this, with hundreds of combos and a dozen or more razones and mafia-like organizations, it's just not clear whether security cameras or street lights or police technology or hotspots policing is going to be the right solution. So we began trying to understand the system a little better and try to take this clandestine sector and answer some of the questions that we or a policymaker would need to understand. And we began with qualitative interviews. One of our advantages of not being part of the security sector is we can build relationships with and talk to not just the members of the prosecutor's office or the police or officials of the city, but we could also talk to low, middle, and some of the very most senior ranking members of both these razones and combos. And over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, we've met and interviewed almost 100 or more than 100 members of these criminal organizations, both razones and combos at the highest levels, at their middle levels, a few at the lower levels, to try to understand how these organizations work. And with more time, we could give you, a really rich picture of how these organizations function. But I just want to give you a couple of highlights. So one is that in addition to these interviews, we've been conducting a census of combos. And what you see here, each dot is a combo. We estimate there's roughly 350 has a very strong combo presence. We have been mapping out the organizational structure, the wages, the promotional opportunities, and the activities and the leadership of many of these organizations. And here's one example. And we're finding out some of the, not just the average levels of compensation and the average ways in which these organizations are structured, but also combos are extremely wealthy and their staff are extremely well paid, often because they're closely located to extremely profitable drug markets. And others in parts of the poorer parts of the city or that are further away from drug markets, it's very different. They might be very poorly paid and they might also have very different structures and memberships. The other thing we've been doing is we've been running representative surveys almost annually of thousands of citizens of Medellin. And those surveys are essentially trying to give us a set of metrics that complement what the city already has in terms of serious property crimes and homicides. And what we're doing is we're adding a new set of measures. We're adding extortion rates by block and by neighborhood. We're adding the strength of gangs and the presence of gangs. And we're also measuring the loyalty and the legitimacy that the civilians give to gangs and that the civilians give to the state. And we're measuring the degree to which when civilians have security needs or disputes they need resolved, the extent to which the state or the combo is providing those services. Because one of the things we've discovered through this work is the large degree to which gangs rule. Gangs are providing dispute resolution, policing, and other kinds of security and protection to civilians all across the city. Virtually every combo provides these services to some degree. What you see here is a map of the degree to which the majority of these disputes and policing and other sorts of protection services are provided by the combo or the government. And so some instances, the police are always present, the city is always present, they're always providing these security services, but there are a large number of neighborhoods in darker and darker red where the combo actually is the more regular and the dominant provider of these security services. And so when they're charging their vacunas, it's not necessarily a system of extortion because they're actually providing a degree of real services to these communities. Therefore, what we have in this city is a duopoly of violence and a duopoly of the provision of security services, rather than what we would observe in most cities, which is the state having a monopoly over the provision of security. Finally, we've been mapping out the relationships between these razones and the combos. What we see is instead of there being 350 to 400 autonomous combos, all of whom are competing and potentially violently fighting one another, what we see is a set of roughly 15 hierarchical alliances in the city, with a razón at the top of each alliance and its combos essentially related to it in long-term, what we would call relational contracts. So just as Honda and Honda dealerships in the United States are separate organizations, but enmeshed in a long-term supply relationship, so are the razones and the combos. The razones are providing some incredibly important economic services. First and foremost, they're the wholesale supplier of drugs to the retail drug operations of the combos. Secondly, they're helping combos collude to maintain high prices. All of the combos across the city are mainly charging the same prices for drugs, the same inflated prices. They're essentially enjoying monopolistic profits because the razones are able to manage this price cartel. But the razones are also playing an incredibly important political role. These are also political and military alliances. And what they do is they not only stop combos within a razones alliance or across a razón alliance from competing on drug prices and undercutting one another, they're also preventing them from fighting. The razones are essentially peacekeepers who meet together when necessary at organizational bodies they call La Oficina or La Mesa, and they coordinate to essentially prevent the combos from fighting. And they're largely, or they have been in the last decade, largely successful in this endeavor. So there have been times in Medellin's past when the city has become possibly the most violent place on the planet, such as the early 90s when Pablo Escobar and an earlier incarnation of La Oficina went to war against the state. And there have been times later in the last 20 years when the gangs and the razones and we can see these periods of time as extremely violent as well. But today, the homicide rate of Medellin is lower than that of many large cities, even large cities in the United States. And it's largely because the razones are keeping the peace. And so this sort of points to one of the really most difficult and perilous trade-offs in security policy in a city like Medellin, where a government essentially faces a strong trade-off between accommodating the gangs, or at least not destabilizing their rents and destabilizing their hierarchical networks and destabilizing gang rule, and maintaining peace and low violence. Essentially, to some extent, the strategy for maintaining peace and low violence has been to accommodate the gangs and to not destabilize this equilibrium. And it's perhaps one that a trade-off we've not been aware of up to now, because we haven't been tracking the strength of these gangs. We haven't been tracking their extortion. We haven't been tracking their drug profits. We haven't been tracking their gang rule and their civilian loyalty. And we've only been tracking one side of the equation, which is serious homicides and serious property crimes. With that, I'll hand over to my colleague, Santiago.
Thank you, Chris, for what you've just mentioned. So, this scenario is a paradox of public policy. What to do in a context when there's high organized crime, where it has a lot of presence around the city, and they plan in a deliberate manner many of their activities. So one of the alternatives could be to resort to what's typical. In the view graph, what you see is policing in hot spots, or to do a deployment, a more intense deployment by mayor's office or institutional capacity that mayor's office have, trying to reach areas where the population is more vulnerable, where the criminal activity could be eventually greater. And every government does, and Medellin has done this for many years. And Medellin did this with a level of intensity which was quite high at the end of the 80s. Back in 1988, the city of Medellin made a new division of their administrative organization, and they included some areas to the existing ones, and around these comunas, or they offer a series of services, among them conflict resolution, dispute resolution. So they use the comuna to facilitate that police would provide more intense services. So 30 years later, what can happen? And what do you expect to happen? So with Chris and other colleagues, we assessed the impact, and we found many things that are quite interesting. We conducted a survey to citizens of Medellin, where we asked them how frequent they resorted to the state in terms of solving disputes and coexisting problems, and how legitimate did you see the state agencies in terms of trust, in terms of this feeling of justice or fairness when a problem is solved. And this survey was conducted in 2019, and we used the data of this survey to realize the impact of that sort of intensity, that closeness of the state when it began back in the 1980s. And what did we find? On the one side, that demand for citizen services increases. So this is in governance index increases, and the perception of legitimacy has also increased. And it's 7%, as you see. But in the survey, we not only asked how often do you request services from the state, but we also asked the citizen, how many do you resort to the solution of combos, the services of combos, and how legitimate do you think that the activities of these groups are? And what we found, to our surprise, was that demand for services for these combos increased, and the perception of legitimacy also increases vis-a-vis the state. And this happens because organized crime, they respond respond in a strategic manner to state presence and to the rendering of services by the state. Why? To protect illegal profits. So the combos and these gangs, street gangs, they have a sort of the place where they sell drugs. So the state, by being there, it threatens the legitimacy of the combo because they want to be legitimate to protect their profits. If they're close to the citizens, the citizens will not denounce them, will help them to hide, will protect them, and there will be lesser need to have presence of state around these areas. So in any area of Medellin, if there's a homicide, double, triple homicide, the authorities will come, and that's not very good for business. They don't want theft, they don't want homicides to happen, those combos. So to the extent that they have less criminal activity, they have less presence of a state. So 30 years later, the state has more capacity, they demand more services from the state, but to our surprise, they also demand more services from these street gangs or combos. And in the work we are conducting with Chris Blackman and other colleagues, we were able to document that it was answers to a strategic response so as not to lose legitimacy. And that takes us to something even more complex. So at the end of the day, what do we need to do? Because in the Colombian context, in rural areas, even in urban areas, Bogotá, Cali, the crime has to do with the lack of presence of state. And then we have the assumption that the greater presence of state solves problems. And what we see here is that it doesn't really necessarily happen, or at least it's not enough. And how the state could come or reach these places, we don't really know. So the toolbox or toolkit is not really complete when they have a mayor, secretary to bring solutions to solve organized crime. On the other hand, we have a lot of phenomena that are related to organized crime, and we measured quite wrongly. Chris talked about it when he talked about the idea that we wanted to be a financial superintendent, and they only gave us a few data on the financial activity of the country. So you can't regulate properly the financial sector in general if you don't have enough information, if you don't have enough tools, anything that we would do. So the truth is, the criminal world, we could interpret as part of our economy, and we try to regulate using a few information. And here I bring to you something that is complex and it's not well measured, and it's extortion.
Once again, we'll go in depth in Medellin because that's the case that we've studied in more detail. In Medellin, most of the criminal groups of combos charge an extortion in many parts of the city, and they usually do it to businesses, but sometimes to households as well. Usually this is a weekly collection that they have as for surveillance, and the quota of surveillance or the vaccination, and it receives other names. It's a very complex phenomenon, and the authorities end up guiding their actions around what they observe. And what they observe are the claims of extortion. So, as you can see in the graph, look at it in Comuna 2, Santa Cruz. The percentage of citizens that had a claim in 2018 is 0.001%. Santa Cruz has around 100,000 inhabitants, and in it they received less than 60 claims in 2018. The Office of the Mayor tried to express themselves with a survey, and they did one in 2019, and they identified that the percentage of people that reported having been victims of extortion was 8%. In 2019, we had a survey, and in it, we tried to implement tools that allow to obtain information that tends to be sub-reported with more accuracy. And people are afraid of saying that they're being extorted. So people that fear this report it less. And the more powerful the criminal group controlling the area is, more fearful would the person be, with less likelihood of reporting. So what we did in the survey that we had in 2019 was to implement a series of techniques for surveys that allow to obtain better data when it's about phenomena that have this type of access. And once again, going back to Santa Cruz, 41% of the households and 69% of the businesses of that slum pay a weekly quota. And as I said at the beginning, there's less than 60-70 claims that are received in 1 year in Santa Cruz. So I think it's very clear and dramatic that the information that the authority uses to orient public policies and their decisions to see if things are going well or bad is very poorly measured. And navigating blindly in this group of problems. So what do we want to bring with these two examples? On the one hand, interventions that the state believes can work don't necessarily have the effect that is expected. And many times there can be adverse effect. And the information used by the authorities to make decisions in terms of citizen security is very incomplete. Today we measure homicides. Homicides are a severe crime, yes, but there's many others, criminal phenomenon that are measured excessively poor, and for this we should have enough resources to do it better. And this, in the context of Bogotá, I invite the city to have a survey every year. And that survey should be representative at the level of each neighborhood. This is expensive, of course, but we cannot understand criminal issues only based on claims. And in that sense, it's necessary to have surveys. And even in the context of Bogotá, I think many of them have been done by the Chamber of Commerce. And I think an authority cannot depend on the will of other entities to move this kind of activity. And I think that the level of granularity with which information is raised has to be very thorough. We have to have surveys, as I said, that are representative at the level of each neighborhood or each UBZ in Bogotá. And this implies a high cost for this type of survey. And the higher the cost, less likely will it be that somebody who isn't the state finances this. This is necessary because we are navigating blindly. So after this that Chris and I told you about, which is what we think should be done, on the one hand, the authorities have to start to raise more information and indicators. It's not enough with having claim data. This is very important, very good, but it's not sufficient. We have to supplement them with other types of information, which is much more difficult to measure by using administrative data, for example, this in terms of claims. Now, like the profitability of territories, and this is in criminal terms, because what we've seen is that many of these groups have as a main asset the ground that they're controlling. This has income through extortion and sale of drugs. We don't know, but we should find out the details. In the U.S., DEA purchases drugs to know the prices, to know how the markets are evolving, how profitable they are. We don't do that in Colombia. We don't have that type of information. We have to raise information on this phenomenon of a criminal government or by criminals that they described at the beginning. And I wanted to show you with the evaluation of impact that we had is that criminal groups provide services that the state is providing, like coexistence, dispute settlement, amongst others, and strength of criminal groups. How strong are some versus others? This information is necessary. We have to design public policies that are accurate and with some success. We have to continue with this income as in time, and I mentioned that, and at the end,
como el que probablemente ocurre en algunas zonas de Bogotá o algunos sectores de Bogotá.
This is as it happens in many sectors of Bogotá, and it happens in Cali, Buenaventura, Tumaco, or other areas in Cartagena. This has to do with organized crime. It has to do with activities that are planned deliberately. And what the authorities would have to navigate through is under what type of mechanism can we generate incentives so that at least these groups are less violent. Because at the end of the story, incarcerating all of the members of the groups is impossible. In Medellin, Chris showed a bit of this information. We estimate that the members of combos in Medellin could be up to 12,000 people. In the jails of Medellin, we can't have 12,000 people. Usually, if they go to the jails, they enhance their networking. So it's not desirable that all of them go to jail. We have to try and, I'll say it in very common terms, maybe domesticate the type of activity they do, have it be less violent. Today there's more consumption of drugs versus 20 years ago. We have to look into these activities, and these groups are much less violent today. At the end of the story, this is how there will be a sustainable balance in time. What should we not do? There is technology that has been implemented in certain areas of the US, which are shot spotters. There's speakers around the city to hear where there are shots and try to use this information so that the authorities arrive faster. I know that some governments in Colombia have tried to understand this technology better, and I think up until now we haven't reached it because these are excessively high investments that usually, in a context like the Colombian context, where many of these criminal groups use silencers and other ways of hiding the use of their firearms, we do not want to use this type of methodology if it won't be successful now. Security cameras, we need them, but excessive investments aren't necessary. And measurements that are completely superficial, like the prohibition of the co-pilot in motorbikes, that is completely out of context. What I'm trying to say is that there's large complexities of organized crime, and we should think that from the perspective of public policy, with more simple measures, we can solve this. And this is a dream that we cannot meet. And at the end of the story, what we need, we believe, is intelligence more than technology. This is trying to get full of sophisticated technology, etc., to solve this type of issue will not necessarily be useful. What we need is more intelligence of the gangs, organized crime, the type of incentive that operate between these organizations, and the way in which they interact, the type of crimes they commit. In many cities of Colombia, in particular Medellin and maybe in some areas of Cali, etc., most of the criminal activity is completely planned and organized, and this includes from homicides to theft. And there's other parts of the country, maybe some areas at the northern area of Bogotá, for example, where there's not so much organization, it's independent criminal activity. In the end, all of these criminal activities are part of a supply chain, of a more complex market, and at the end, we can't avoid it. And if we try to be more effective by buying more cameras and the shot spotters, is not what we need. We need more intelligence. And some of you who are watching may have seen the series that's called The Wire. It talks about the use of phone interception, phone tapping, to see how gangs operate. This is in Baltimore. This is something that has to be more organized, more systematic, in fact, centralized in a way in which we can share between the different authorities all of the information we may have and understand it better and leverage ourselves in this information to be able to design strategies to counteract this phenomenon.
phenomena.
Maybe a last message is that the answer will always depend on the context. In cities where crime is less organized, maybe some technological solutions are sufficient to deter certain criminal activities. But insofar as crime is more organized, we have to adapt the solutions to organizational incentives of the groups. How can we make them less violent? How can we make them regulate part of their activity so that it's less harmful for society? This could be the case of Medellin, Cali, Buenaventura, Tumaco, areas of Cartagena and Bogotá, where organized crime is a complex issue. We have to better measure and have intelligence in these criminal groups. We have to basically move towards different approaches and study the results of these approaches, try to have impact evaluations of the interventions to learn. Because in the end, something we're convinced with, Chris and other colleagues, is that the time of importing solutions from the US or Great Britain to Colombia is over. We have different crime issues in Colombia, very different from other parts of the world. They're much more organized, and insofar as crime is so organized, it's much more complex to solve. We have to go in depth in understanding the problem, designing solutions adapted to this context, have impact evaluations, measure the effect, change the strategy if it doesn't work, go in depth in the strategies if it does work, etc. And this is what we bring here in the title. It's like crossing a river blindfolded, but feeling each little pebble. The path we have to go through for the most complex security issues in the city work like this, and the easy solutions will not end these problems, nor will they mitigate them. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you continue very interested in this very important event. Thank you, ProBogotá, for this invitation. Thank you, Dr. Blackman and Bowen, for sharing their experience in the analysis of crime and violence.
Cuando manejas con gas natural vehicular, haces sostenible el medio ambiente y la economía de Colombia.
Continuamos abordando el tema que más.
In the meantime, in room number 1, we are still addressing the topic that represents the most challenges for Bogotá, citizen security. And we'll begin the integration of technology in the construction of security. And its purpose is to observe and analyze experiences, lessons learned, trends, recommendations, and warnings on the integration of technology in managing security to generate safe urban spaces that are reliable and inclusive. This panel will be moderated by journalist María Camila Orozco. María Camila, hello, and please.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días para todos. Yo soy María Camila Orozco y tengo el gusto de acompañarnos.
I'm María Camila Orozco and I'm here with you, and we're talking about security and integration of technology in the construction of security of safer cities and the contemporary city. This is a live organism that is permanently transforming, challenging the standards that foster human development and the construction of fair and inclusive cities with an organic nature that is expressed through a multiplicity of relationships, all interconnected, with a direct incidence on competitiveness for social and economic development, trust in institutions, and of course the quality of life of people. This morning we have in the panel Ada Luz Sandoval, an internationalist from Rosario University with a master's degree in intelligence and strategic studies. She's the director of the Center of Control, Command and Communications in C4 in Bogotá. Welcome. welcome, Doctor. Good morning, and thank you for this invitation. We also have Dr. Gina Costa, who has a master's degree in business, and she's a social communicator from Javeriana University in Bogotá, where we are transmitting this morning. She is a leader in public matters and sustainability in technological companies in Latin America. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be with you today. It is our pleasure. We will talk about these matters. We have also Carlos Andrés Jaramillo, an engineer from National University with a master's degree from the Metropolitan University of London in business and economics. He's a leader in the implementation of projects for integrating technology in criminal investigation and applying law in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Jaramillo, it's a pleasure. Good morning, and thank you for this invitation. We also have César Andrés Restrepo, a professional in governance from Externado University in Colombia with a master's degree in strategic studies and international security from Granada University. He's working as the director of urban security of ProBogotá Región. Thank you, César, for being with us. Good morning, Maria Camila. I'll begin with Dr. Gina so that she helps us understand and try and sketch this topic. What is the value added by technology in this battle against crime? How can these two topics be connected? This is a very important point. In reality, we hear a lot about smart cities, but I rather talk about safe cities because smartness has to be prioritized for safety. It's like the core. When we look into Colombia, Latin America, it's undeniable that the investment is a huge point of leverage for growing in our economies. And when we see the trust in our countries to invest in them, this has to do a lot with the crime we have, the level of violence. And that definitely does not allow a proper interest in investing, and that generates a chain. And that's why it's important to have a direct relationship between safety, security, and quality of life. And that's where technology is key. Technology focused on a critical mission. Nowadays, technology for public security, for firefighters, emergencies, etc., can be able to achieve the solution of problems or limitations they have. Criminals are more sophisticated day by day. The resources we have for public security are usually limited. We need to simplify and magnify the capabilities of our public and emergency agencies, and technology can have a key role in this. It's limited. We have to magnify them. Yes, Dr. Sandoval, how do we magnify these resources to make justice more efficient? Through technology, we can come closer to our citizens. I think one of the points we have to be considering now is that technology in itself doesn't do anything. If we're able to integrate technology, not only between the missions of entities like the Secretary of Security or C4, but have this technology reach the citizens, and that it's used in a friendly way, that can have an impact, and I think also wonderful results in terms of security, because what we achieve with technology is to co-responsibilize the relationship of security with the institutions and with citizens. It's not only the institution itself that has the responsibility of providing security, it's the citizens through the use of technology who are able to approach. When we talk about using technology, what are we talking about specifically? The use of mobile phones, the use of new platforms, social networks. How can citizens be integrated in this security policy? Yes. What happens is that citizens have access to too many sources of technology. Social networks, applications, panic buttons. There's many technology offerings that citizens can access. The responsibility as an institution is not only to give the offering and the possibility, but when the citizens have a situation of security or insecurity, they can access these applications in an easier way, or technology through a phone call, through a panic button, and the applications we use constantly, like deliveries, and this allows to contribute so that security is more efficient, and at the same time feeling responsible and being part of the comprehensive nature of security. And this helps us us have technologies that are moving simply with a phone call, a camera, or radio, but everything should have create a virtuous cycle that allows for us to generate a more efficient response for citizens. Dr. Jaramillo, let's talk about efficiency. If we have it mostly in justice with the aid of technology, let's talk about the evolution of applying justice through technology. Evidently, through the application of technological policies based on digital transformation, specifically in institutions that make complying with the law possible, we can implement these connections, these integrations through the different analysis islands that research has to have and implement more effective models in criminal investigation policies. To be more specific and give you a few examples, we have to, through the implementation of these technologies, neutralize, mitigate, and anticipate before these threats that we have in the city of Bogotá. And how? Not only having technologies available for the citizens or institutions, but know how to face these challenges because of the proliferation of mobile devices or other type of technology. We have a way of collecting information, and many times the institutions don't have the capacity of analyzing and managing these large volumes of information that are available for being analyzed. So this is one of the topics where we have to consider that the proliferation of different sources of information that institutions that have to analyze research work with, well, they have to have the technological resources to be able to analyze these large volumes of information and reach conclusions that are effective when prosecuting any process. Another of the large paradigms is to have access to critical information in the first 48 hours after the incident. If we don't do this, then many of the ways in which we can solve cases successfully would be impacted, and that's where can we go after that to train and inform institutions in critical situations or specific situations with first responders, where we start to manage a chain of custody. That's where I wanted to go. You're talking about the inability of processing and analyzing large volumes of information data. That inability, where does it lay? In the lack of knowledge, lack of preparation of those who receive this information firsthand, or where specifically? It's a very good question. In the latest report of 2018 and 2019 in the Corporation of Justice and Peace, there were conclusions that many of the cases after the expiration of these cases, which is up to 45% of the cases, it's not because of the issues of the analysts. It's because we don't have the resources, nor the time, nor the technology to be able to analyze this type of information that's present in each case. It's just the capacity of response that institutions have from the perspective of human resources and technological access to different tools that are based, and we could talk about this afterwards, in artificial intelligence, where we could have the capability of analyzing, as I said before, several cases at the same time, being more efficient and making our investigations be quicker. We'll talk about this AI. Based on a specific context, the judges and prosecutors are full of different cases. So how can we articulate justice and response and technology? What are the key points to be able to move forward in this sense? That's a very important point, Maria Camila. We have to understand technology in its true magnitude. Both devices and systems have tools that are integrated within a strategic idea where we involve human capital, knowledge, based on best practices and lessons learned, procedures and standards that allow the use of technology be effective. And this is a spectrum of matters where we haven't moved forward as a society. And I'll summarize this in this way. Most of the citizens see technology as a door of access to solving many issues.
And it's not, and they're just tools that allow to have a comprehensive vision of a problem that will end up building a response. Nowadays, the acquisition of facial recognition cameras is a first step to understand all the other things I need to do to solve crimes. For example, how can we incorporate these images within a process and trial? How can we prove that people we're accusing were responsible, and how do I protect this information under the chain of custody, as Engineer Jaramillo said? In this sense, this applies for justice, but it also applies for the entire chain of security. We have to stop thinking that technology is the solution, and we have to stop thinking that we live around technology. Technology is at the service of human beings and institutions, and not institutions and human beings at the service of technology. How do we make public spaces safer? Talking about perception, about trust, of being able to go out on the streets knowing that there is technology. Incredibly, the answer doesn't have to do with how many criminals allow for me to use technology. I would talk about trust rather. Having these electronic devices has made all individuals convinced that the solution to issues should be quicker and more effective. So when institutions open in terms of managing more technological, every citizen, every new announcement of new technology represents for citizens the vision that the issues are solved quicker. But we get the technology but don't improve the capacity of response. Let's say, for example, in security, we can all have response applications for an alert. In danger. I set the alert, I'll be victim of a crime, but the police never arrives. It's because the police doesn't want to, or is it because the amount of access to the needs of citizens aren't equal to the capability of response of the authorities to cater to all these needs? And this is a huge dilemma. So we have to, of course, discard the discussion that when I have more technology, I can stop making efforts in other dimensions. That's false. We can't replace, let's say, for example, surveillance staff with cameras. What cameras do is improve the capacity of surveillance of catering to issues. And many times people believe that buying machines or cameras or having electronic devices makes me have less of a need of police on the streets. So making security more robotized doesn't help. No, it's human beings that provide trust. I ask people who are talking here, those who are hearing us, if with just having an alert, is your concern solved? No, it's when there's somebody that comes when called. Dr. Sandoval, let's talk about the offering, if we can talk about this, that Bogotá has in terms of security, of course, connected to security. Cesar said a few seconds ago that we have surveillance cameras with facial recognition. What do we have within this universe to back up the authorities? Okay, within what the Secretariat of Security has, I'll talk about three types of technology we're using. First, a technology that nobody knows, but it's the one that answers the emergency calls. It's the phone plans and all the calls that are coming through the number 123. And we're using it so that emergency calls are quicker. Right now we're taking 2 minutes in a call since the phone rings until we answer the call, and we send it to who needs to respond. We're strengthening this technology, and in fact in February we can have a new phone plan that will support the 123 emergency line, and that's the first line. Then we have in technology what's still feasible or more materialized is the surveillance in the city. That system has several areas. First of all, about 6,300 cameras, and out of these cameras, 4,300 are connected to C4, the command control computation system. There is a perception, and it's that the more cameras, I'll be safer. There will be a video wall
that can have all the images at the same time, and people think that, oh, there's 4,000 cameras connected, so they're seeing what I'm doing, and if something happens, they're going to respond immediately, and that's not the case, because in a video wall, we won't have 4,300 cameras, so that's the second technology. But what do we do with the interconnection of cameras, public and private? We have monitoring centers in Bogotá. We have monitoring centers that are additional in the different locations that allow for us to be a bit more effective. And for those who have a immediate response of crimes, which in this case would be CADM, EVOC, which is the police in Bogotá, and we have it with the same way with other agencies, and which are these IDJ, CRUBE, Secretariat of Women, firefighters, amongst others. And the third technology that we're using, which is also palpable, is communication technology, which is with radios. And this is the technology where people say, I'm not using it, I don't see it, but the police needs it. Because it's through radio communication through which, where the police receives phone calls or the incident and they can respond.
¿Cómo vemos estas tecnologías?
Now, how do we see these technologies now when they're interconnected with society, with the community? Obviously, as Cesar was saying, cameras will not solve all the problems, nor calls to 123, even if there are tons of calls, they will not solve problems. With the Security Secretariat, what they're doing is taking the comprehensiveness of technology to the citizens. As of this year, we have citizens, the caring is with the leaders that they already have installed security. They have a closed circuit TV, they have radios, or they have applications. So they try to have a response. What is the procedure for people who are listening to this conversation? So the procedure, they're seeing it through a camera, and then they alert the police. It really depends how the incident. If the incident comes through the 123, a homicide, a dispute, theft, that type of incidents go immediately through the police system. And the police, they locate on the map. It's a technological platform. We have a series of maps of Bogotá. They identify where it is, and according to where they send a response, or the cuadrante, as they are called. But if it's a high-impact incident where we have cameras, what police do, which is in that huge video wall, they position the camera. That's why we have sometimes more faster responses and more effective. Where we have interconnected cameras, the police doesn't only have ears but also have eyes, and they could be connected to the cuadrante of police, and they tell them, in a few meters, and the thief or the criminal move through this area. So they help us to improve the response of the police to the citizens. That's one of the many things we do. Now, these cameras that are interconnected from different localities or municipalities, when we can interconnect them with C4, if that image, instead of coming back to the C4 to going back to the monitoring center, it takes a few more minutes, and those seconds or minutes are vital. They go to the closest surveillance center or the COSEC that has the image, so the response is going to be more effective than if it goes immediately to the C4 or I think it's wonderful, over 6,000 eyes for security. When we're talking about effectiveness and response times with these devices, with the technology, Dr. Gina, how they articulate, how do you articulate all these tools to provide a more effective and efficient result? I agree that nothing can really replace the role of people to combat security. But yes, technology effectively is a strategic tool. There is also the Command Control Center of Bogotá, and what they do is take all this data that coming from different sources and technological devices, police radios, firefighters, cameras, set mobile cameras, fixed cameras, body cameras, and all that information is wonderful, but if it's not interconnected, it has no use. So there is a solution that is the center of command and control, which allows for all that information to be interconnected, to have intelligence to help in emergency decisions, to make decisions in real time, to act. When we're talking about the case of Bogotá, it's a limitless number of tools to learn about end-to-end situational act and to be able to activate the appropriate resources. One of the things that I would like to highlight, we're talking about trust, and we're talking about also how to help the custody chain. And there's another, I think, aspect that I think it can have a strategic role. Unfortunately, in Latin America, in Colombia specifically, the level of trust in institutions is not as high as we would like it to be. And there are tools that can help us. The body cameras that our police agents can use, firefighters, traffic agents, they can record in real time an emergency, an incident, and it gives the citizen the possibility to have the security, to know that that event is being recorded. It's in a transparent way. It's almost having a source there that is neutral, that generates greater trust, and at the end of the day becomes a solution that could back up the police, because many times he is alone, the police is alone, and they can be accompanied with a new technology. Once I read something and a police said, more important than my weapon is my radio, because it helps me to magnify capacities and to be a lot more effective in his mission, which is to protect citizens. Engineer Jaramillo, let's talk about technology. Let's continue. Technology as a key tool in the implementation or practice of putting in place policies in Colombia. I think I would like to refer to many things. One of the most important topics that we have nowadays is the recovery of trust of people of institutions. When institutions begin to show results in reducing crime in Bogotá, then we have the case of perception, the perception of society, what they have in terms of security. Now the perception of insecurity, that feeling of insecurity is growing rapidly right now. And so Dr. Cesar was talking about surveillance cameras. Yes, it is true. If we have surveillance camera, it could be 6,000, 6,300. But what do we do when we have all this volume of information and it reaches the institution that needs to investigate the case, and they have over 100 hours of videos? They have to invest and analyst or research, and they're going to take more than 100 hours investigating the case. That's where we can increase technology to analyze the 100 hours of video. What I really need to use, I'm just going to take a few seconds to draw my conclusions. What are we talking about? What type of technology? These are technology based on AI, where they provide these tools and solutions for investigators of not spending time in analysis. That technology can do it for you, but we go back that the human resource, they have to analyze the conclusions provided by these algorithms. So where are we heading? Right now, investigators, analysts, prosecutors, they use technology in most cases to corroborate the case that they would like to submit to the court. But we need to give that leap. The justice is not corroborating, but just evidencing. What would be one of those confirmations? Give me a clear confirmation what a prosecutor should do at this moment. For example, I give you an example. We have mobile devices. Right now, most of the people they film any event that may happen in the city, and they have that video stored in their own devices. There are many experts or prosecutors that can certify this type of videos and evidence, digital evidence taken in the time where the incidents would happen, to certify and not corroborate what would like to be presented or submitted as probatory material. These are barriers that we need to overcome to be able to have all this information, all these big efforts that are done by this centers such as C4 to connect, to communicate, to integrate, but that we can also provide and improve the investigative quality. We can expedite investigations, which will cover some of the flaws that we have and provide more trust to institutions. So the different sources of information, if I have the capacity to analyze them, to certify them within the cases that I would like to submit for the reduction of criminality, that would be giving a great stride. I believe I will focus right now in the vision that we have in ProBogotá in terms of security. For us, security is not something about thieves and robbers, police and robbers, and we wanted to broaden our observation. And in broadening our observation, security is built around observation, resocialization, and judicialization, and prevention. And when we improve security, it's based on a robust trust and a base on robust, and then legal cases will be solved. Criminals will be put in jail or behind bars, and it also has a strong component that the citizen has an experience of a city that is fine. If we are walking on the streets after 10 years, if we go to a street that has no lights, so how can an administration can improve the experience of the city? By applying technology. By applying technology that those public, it's a comprehensive city. Yes, everything is, we're trying to drive the concept of experience of the city, where the response to the most simple projects, questions to 1, 2, 3, the effective responses and the integration of the information that is produced on a day-to-day basis in each of the actions that happened around the city may be integrated, so even the government can anticipate the needs of the citizens and they can tend to them. Maybe a citizen suffers something every day, but the government sometimes doesn't see, such as holes on the roads, and sometimes those it's not lack of will, of not understanding, it's they can't see them, because there's so many problems. So the integration of information complaints by citizens to 123 or the Mobility Secretariat or IDU, if they're integrated with artificial intelligence and data analytics, they can increase their response and they increase the trust of the government, and to provide cohesion between citizens and institutions. You're saying that with technology you can be ahead of the citizens' needs. It is possible because we live in a sea of information. We have a digital footprint. All of us live a digital footprint every day because we're tied to a phone or we're in a computer. We're slaves to those devices. And that amount of information, tons of information that is produced every second, what it's telling is how we live the city. So when we are able to understand that the most simple information that is produced on a daily basis can be articulated and can be cross-checked to provide responses that improve my quality of life in the city, that's where we find the key to increase trust. Trust is decreased because the lack of justice and the criminality, but also for poor service rendered by institutions to the cities. Dr. Sandoval, let's talk about improving that experience of the city. You were talking about how to articulate that step to step when you have 6,300 eyes and these are activated to ensure security. And what's the time? What's the response time? Well, I'm going to divide this. The response time when you receive the call and moving it to the agency, 2.06 minutes. In international standards, this is good. Now, for the time the call comes in to a police response, it's about 7 minutes, which is not a lot, but the perception when you are in an emergency, when something is happening to you, you think that a minute just is an eternity. So 7 minutes with the MEBOC, with the crew that sends the ambulance. It could be between 7 and 10 minutes. It depends on the availability and ambulances. With the woman's secretary, it could be quite fast because they work the post-event. So they're part of our reception room. So, for example, if we have violence against women, that incident goes immediately. And if the secretariat has agents in charge, or women in charge of the case, they could go and accompany the police to trying to solve this emergency. So really, depending on the agency, we have different response, but we calculate 2 minutes, 2.06 minutes to response time for 1, 2, 3, 7 minutes, and 10 to 40 minutes with ambulances, and so on, with the different entities that respond to emergencies, which is not a lot of time, but it is measured. Well, the time of response is measured. It's better that the police they should be steps ahead. Well, a minute could make a difference in terms of saving or not a life on the work that Bogotá has conducted. And I have had the opportunity of seeing many cities around Latin America, and the truth is that Bogotá is a good example of how it's prioritized. Assistance is prioritized for security, and we are able to maximize. Of course, we still have tools that we can use, but I think we're on the right track in Bogotá, and it's a very good example. As a country, as a city in Latin America. I would like here to say something important when I talked about objectives such as body cameras. Those videos would be material that could be acknowledged or recognized in legal matters, and they could help us also. Also, AI, the power of having, that the capacity of concentration of a human being, the span of concentration is very short, and technology allows to review a lot of video material, provide some alerts, and they can have a view in record time and to provide those images. So security agencies can make decisions, and of course it's material that could be also used in legal issues as evidence. So here we have a whole reflection where we still think about the role of the citizen, how we bring him closer to technology, and how can we bring him closer to in terms of security and technology, and what experiences do we have from other countries where they've taken advantage and they've really made use of the citizen to be an ally in security in terms of secure cities. I've seen in my career a series of examples, for example, in Mexico, in the United States, specifically in Detroit, where they use a state-of-the-art technologies as command and control center, and times have been reduced. Their response capability has been reduced by 30%. And that, of course, has changed the quality of life of citizens. Of course, there is a work, and they've made significant progress in terms of citizens, how they have a role, how they play a role. Citizens, when they already trust their institutions, they also acknowledge and recognize that they can be a fundamental tool and have a voice. I came into contact with a very special program which is in Latin America, where we teach children to be participative citizens, and these children, they are taught what is an emergency line 123 in the case of Bogotá, and they are taught why that they should be a protagonist in terms of the security of their cities and countries. And I think there we need to work on also the awareness, the citizenship awareness should come also from school, because it's something that you need to build upon children. So it's something that you learn on your path, and this is a task that we could not lose sight of, because this link, vital link that is teaching children from when they're small how to be a protagonist in the city. Yes. Engineer, we were talking about artificial intelligence. What other tools maybe can we use to drive safe cities or secure cities? Well, you've mentioned a very important term that is quite relevant, which is the digital footprint. All of us, when we access a device, a telephone, a computer, smart TVs, we generate a digital footprint. And at a given time, they could be a specific, a key to respond to a specific case. But so we need to also provide analysis of digital information and to offer them to do for the service of institutions that are the rule of law. And I like to use a term that's the event training personnel to do this. We need to begin and to know exactly what it means to have a footprint, what it means to have digital evidence in a computer, in a mobile device, that sometimes it provides conclusive and vital information, but sometimes we see that the police system or the people that are linked to the case, or many times the community has no knowledge of this. Maybe a WhatsApp chat sometimes could be an evidence in determining a case or ruling of a case. So if we don't have tools to be able to analyze, certify as evidence a photograph that was taken, an email that was sent, access to a web page in a specific time, so we would not be able to reach that degree of technification that we would like to achieve. So where do I want to go? These are barriers that we have right now, but just as I make them evident and I try to teach different institutions, but the people that belong to these institutions, they are realizing what are the advantages and the benefits of using these tools. And I will give you a specific example. There are institutions in Colombia that are using these types of tools, either of AI or analysis of sources of information. But then we go back to the topic we were talking at the beginning. They're working separately. They're not integrated. We need to find these strategies which are intended to solve crimes. All the parties involved in the processes, they should be integrated, and they should not work as isolated islands, because they will not meet. And so they will not provide uniformity on the information and the conclusions that we would like to reach. So these are different aspects and the contributions that we can provide to society, and we need to begin to think about this. Doctora Sandoval, I wanted to ask about this integrality, the comprehensiveness. How does technology meet when you build? How do they integrate? Before answering your questions, I would like to say two things. As Mr. Jaramillo was saying, we need to go in line to have data analytics that are more intensive. And we are already taking some steps. In November, we begin a project on data analytics. And it begins with C4, because all that information that we have, what we do with it, we need to take it to this reality where security is fed. It's more than a database for all institutions. It's taking all that information that we receive to provide, as Mr. Jaramillo was saying, we right now have people doing analytics, and this takes so many hours. It's time consuming. Every time we have a petition by a judge, it takes us so many hours to analyze the video. So how can we improve this through data analytics? So we are beginning a project that begins in November next week, and it's to diagnose what we need, or what we need from the C4, to take all this information of what we receive from incidents, the way the police responds, the different agencies involved, how we can integrate all this data so we are able to have indicators that allow the police to improve response, but also from the security secretary to focus our attention. So this is an indicator. What are the indicators, for example? Theft. We have so many thefts in such a locality, in such neighborhood. Through data analytics, we need to find which is the worst case, whether thefts, what happens, how can the police respond better. And through data analytics, we can do this faster. And in addition, as you mentioned, then we have all this underlying information that could help us in the custody chain and the response of justice. So that's just an example. Of course, there are many types of crime, different crimes, but knowing what the crime, through data analytics, maybe the 7 minutes of response times could be reduced if I could predict, or if I could go a step ahead, as Cesar was mentioning. If I could look at trends in terms of crimes and make decisions over the information I have. That's with respect to our analytics. And before the second, what we are doing also, not only analyzing technology, and let's have all this appropriate or this technology, but thinking about integrality and security. We are moving on the patrols, citizens network, the subsecretary, the police, and the different agencies go to different neighborhoods with the police, and they conduct activities. They could be social activities with people for the Citizen 9. Right now, on the 31st of October, Halloween, we looked at the door of closed bars. We think there are children there. We think that there is prostitution there. There are illegal things, and so the police would go, and they did a complete police action, not only with technology, but in situ. The Secretariat has also implemented justice. People do not have to access a lawyer, but in those justice homes, we help them to reconcile, to talk, what is your legal problem, how can we help you, and these type of things bring us closer to citizenship, because security is comprehensive, it's integral. So from that perspective, technology, yes, but we are also trying to understand that technology on its own and the policing will not only help. We need to integrate everything, all these different tools and elements. Cesar, let's talk about the value chain of that in-depth view of what technology means and what's behind all that. I'm going to analyze everything that I've heard is really interesting. Everything is useful. Everything promises an improved quality of life in the cities. But I try to put my when I'm trying to think of people listening to us, where we have a little bit more information, when we use those tools, and if they look at us, and sometimes they probably feel hope now in terms of what's coming is best. But sadly enough, that hope is not met. Sometimes we fail because all of us who are involved, because we disregard the data that become information, and the information translated into decisions are actually executed. So in my criteria, that's where the magic lies, for the value chain. Not only for the value chain, but to materialize public service. Dora Luz is making a great effort to convert data into information to make decisions, so she can hand out the elements so that a government can be highly effective. But if the government does not have the human talent or the resources, all that work is lost. So this conception on the investment of technology for justice, for security, and for the experience of life has to be understood as a whole. If we don't understand this as a whole, we might have the risk have citizens' frustration. And in my view, this is what's deteriorating the environment of democracy.
Vamos a ir concluyendo ya.
Permíteme terminar aquí una cosa. Let's start with, let me finish, please allow me. And why am I saying that the environment of democracy? Because since there is a previous promise, its incompliance makes that many who want to create instability start to say that institutions have alliances with criminals, that institutions don't want to do anything, that there's corruption. All of this feeds a bad environment, and it moves us away from security and trust. That's why we have to see it in a comprehensive way. Of course. Engineer, I'd like to ask you, you've dedicated the last 10 years of your career studying these phenomena, and you have worked in America, in the Caribbean. What has been your experience, and what should we take from it to have a more effective model of safe cities? Thank you, Maria Camila. Let me tell you, Colombia, when managing digital evidence, is one of the pioneers in Latin America. And in fact, many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean look to us as a point of reference in managing digital evidence. In fact, there are commissions of police, public ministries, and prosecution that come to Colombia to be trained in the procedures that the Colombian government has been, or the Colombian institutions have been implementing in the different institutions. And this hasn't happened from one day to the next. This comes from issues that we've had in Colombia with all of this since about 10, 15, 20 years, where the police and the army go to guerrilla camps where we found phones, computers. That's where Colombian institutions had to start to analyze and investigate how they could take this information collected through tactical operational operations that needed a point beyond that, which was, what do we do with the sources of digital evidence, these sources of information? How can we connect this information to the investigation processes that we're carrying out, which isn't, as I said before, about tactical and operational matters. This is where Colombia has started to position itself as a leader in the region in analyzing digital evidence. Now, we've seen successful models, as in the autonomous city of Buenos Aires, where they implemented cameras that are moving towards the perimeter. It's a ring that is around the city of Buenos Aires, and based on AI, they detect cars that have been stolen, reported, in fact, facial recognition that integrates with the autonomous police of Buenos Aires to map the risks of incidents reported reported previously, or people, or as I said, incidents that are part of research. So there are situations that we've seen where we can connect this type of technology, and that's where we can eliminate these challenges and barriers that we see. Dr. Cesar mentioned something very important, and it's how can we change the perception taking from what we've talked about today. Everything is relevant, but we cannot disregard that there is a capacity that exists, and I'm going to talk specifically about Colombia. We have researchers that are that have experience, that have the knowledge, but many times we need to give them this type of situation. Now, where do we have to go? Dr. Sandoval talked about the large amount of information in the analytics we have. But in this case, let me give you an example. Many times we can have an investigation that ends today, and what happens with the information from that investigation? We disregard it, and we have to think about having large data centers or analysis and storage of information centers that can become national banks of evidence for institutions. Many times crimes are connected, regardless of whether a crime happened 2 years ago with a crime now. This could have a connection, and that's where we have to get to, connecting institutions to this, so to speak, national evidence banks, where this information that's relevant isn't disregarded, because at this point we don't have the infrastructure nor possibilities of storing it. And that's where this information analysis will help us with the first thing that we talked about, to neutralize it. Yes, we're coming to the end of this session. Dr. Acosta, I would like you to tell us, what is the solution? We say we want to have safer cities. So what is the solution? We have to understand the value of technology, not as a 100% solution, but as a key tool to maximize and enhance human capabilities of those who have the role of protecting citizens and, of course, in charge of emergencies as well. And something that's key, and I would like to say, is, as others have said, security is a key link in the change that we have to prioritize when we talk about smart cities. And I think everyone who's here is clear on the fact that and we all know how technology is so relevant in this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Without a doubt, security should be a priority. Dr. Sandoval, you were saying this pilot, this project starts in November, and it is extended until when? It's 9 months. There's a diagnosis of what we need as a city first, and then that diagnosis has a phased implementation by year. But from here to 2024, but we'll start now with a diagnosis. The diagnosis will tell us what we need, what is the analytics that Bogotá needs to have to improve the response, and then we have an implementation phase that starts. I know it's premature to ask you, but what does that diagnosis say that we need? What we might need software that helps us improve the response of C4 itself. In line 1, 2, 3, we might say National Police needs to improve in its staff or in certain types of implementations of different technologies, tools, protocols. An important point is that analytics can take us to, say, maybe we need a manual, a procedure that we take to another level, a decree, a resolution that allows for us to have the line that we need to have, not only to have the technology, but how we will implement it. In one word, how can you imagine Bogotá in the future? An integrated Bogotá with co-responsibility in terms of security. I can't say it with one word. Cesar, your conclusion. I'm going to adhere to what Dr. Adeluz says. I will add something to it. Technology only works to have better cities when institutions are able to build
a path in both ways with citizens. Technology itself is useless. Technology in power of the institutions is useless. What is useful is it's in between citizens and institutions, and both are aware that the integration and interaction allow to have a better life environment and build a collective project towards the future. Active citizens save cities. With this conversation we're having of how to make technology much more profitable. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning, Doctor. Thank you. It's also a pleasure to have you, Cesar. Thank you, Dr. Gina Acosta. It's a pleasure to have you here as well. Thank you very much. And Dr. Engineer Carlos Jaramillo, expert in technology to fight against crime. Also this morning, it's a pleasure to have had you as well. It's a pleasure as well. Thank you all very much for being with us, for supporting us in this project to be able to understand the whole, the city as a whole, Safe Bogotá, a more inclusive city with technology at the service of authorities to face crime.
En Amarillo construimos relaciones a partir de la confianza y sobre ella hemos forjado, paso a paso, una historia que nos ha hecho crecer, contribuyendo así al presente de Colombia para seguir siendo parte de su futuro. Establecimos la confianza como nuestra bandera de trabajo con todos los que hacen posible la transformación de espacios en hogares y en comunidades enteras, creando un equilibrio entre lo urbano y lo natural, donde familias, empresas, inversiones y equipos se encuentran en un mismo lugar. En Amarillo, aprendimos que la mejor forma de seguir creciendo es cuidar la confianza de quienes están con nosotros. Amarillo. Creamos espacios.
We are now at the end of the first portion of our annual conference, ProBogotá 2021, the Advanced Planning, Security and Competitiveness. We hope this has been a motivating space for everyone, and we're preparing ourselves for the debate with the candidates to the presidency that will begin at 2:30 p.m. direct from University de La Sabana. For ProBogotá Región, it is a priority to generate a point of encounter and lessons learned that allow all of us together think and work for a better country and a better Bogotá region. We once again want to especially thank the companies that have sponsored the conference ProBogotá 2021. Vanti, ETB, Compensar, Amarillo, Apiros, Motorola, Grasco, Fondo Nacional de Garantías, Grupo Energía Bogotá, Enel, Da Vivienda, and 472. I am here with you until this point, and remember, at 2:30 you can be with us in presence or through this platform in the debate for pre-candidates to know their vision of those who aspire to the presidency and contribute in the social construction of the agenda for the next administration.